Oh shit, here we go again. Welcome everybody, boys and girls. Good afternoon, good evening. Wow, I really cropped Maxwell quite poorly. Sorry about that. We don't need the top of your head, right? We'll just go ahead and try to correct that. Welcome everybody. Welcome to Tales from the Table, our little Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus game. We run here on Tabletop Down. I'm cramming everybody into boxes last minute. Bear with me if you need to, but I think we'll get it under control pretty quickly as far as that goes. But welcome. If it's your first time here, my name's Kevin. I'll be your storyteller for this evening. I go by It's So Sublime online, and this is our Baldur's Gate game. Like I said a moment ago, we are playing Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus in a very straight out of the box sort of way. Running it right out of the adventure with only mild improvisation to, fit what our party decides to do. But one of the big things I always like to do with all of my games to make it interactive, the way we've done that is by adding some cool items to our Ko-Fi shop. You can go there and give them advantages, potions, enchanted elixirs, or scrolls, even allies. But since this has to do heavily with the Blood War, I figured I'd let you guys choose your side. Do you support good versus evil? Are you there to help support these heroic gentlemen and ladies, or are you there to help support me and my monstrous enemies? So whichever you want, you can go there and buy cool items for any of them. And it really helps support the stream so that we can keep doing this, keep making this stuff, content, keep being able to do these games. It's a lot of fun. But I don't want to spend too much time on it. Ko-Fi shop is there. I do want to take one more second actually on that because there's something new that I've done. As far as our subscribers, I wanted to make sure you guys were getting a set of rewards for subscribing. As well. So if you check out the Ko-Fi shop, whether you have a Twitch subscription or a subscription over there, depending on what tier you have, you might want to look at what the benefits are. I'm giving away a couple of extra perks in the game, such as a tier 1 subscriber gets to add a free evidence once a month to our vampire game and give away a few advantages here at this game. Tier 2 gets a couple of more things. They get a rumor and that. So that's all cool things. It's next, fam. Hey, right there it is. Speaking of which, Goody Boos, thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate that. Let me see if I can pull this up here real quick. I don't spend much time talking about the store stuff, and I want to get to our game, but I did just do it, so I want you guys to know what benefits it comes with. If you support a tier 1, whether that's here or on Ko-Fi, I know a lot of people use ad blocker. They don't care about subscribing on Twitch. They don't want Twitch taking half your money. If you'd rather just support the channel directly, you can do Ko-Fi. It gives you Discord access, behind the scenes stuff, access to our community, in all the different channels. Also, you get to add an evidence to one of our vampire games, or to our vampire game, and a free advantage for a player. I'm looking for one more thing to add there, but we'll figure it out as we go. If you do tier 2, you get all those same benefits, but you get to add a rumor, give a player a healing potion, and 3 advantages per month. And if you do a tier 3 subscription on either side, again, you get to add a rumor, evidence, give a player a magic potion, player or GM a magic potion, and the same for 5 advantages per month. So like something you might want to check out. If you do, head to our Ko-Fi shop. You can see it's right up here above me. Just head to the subscriber section, or what do they call it on there, in membership section. It'll tell you all about how to get it. And even if you subscribe here on Twitch, you get the same benefits. Message me directly through Discord to let me know how you want to add your rumors and evidence. Prime, yeah. Also, great question. That's a very good point. Thank you. I always forget about the Prime. I just lump that in with the regular subs, but yeah, same with Amazon Prime. If you have a Prime sub, I will give you the same subscriber benefits as a tier 1. If you are a part of our, essentially check yourself in the Discord, and if you can get into our subscriber only area, you probably get some free stuff for our game. Just message me directly, because as of the moment I don't have a better way to get that info. If you do, it's the downside of working between Twitch and Ko-Fi. I probably prefer Ko-Fi. It's more direct. It's a lot easier. I can give you the benefits right away. You can message me, but it is what it is. I want to make sure you're also getting rid of those ads if you want them. Let's get to the game. Who wants to help us with a recap? Obviously, I should throw it to Hunter. He should have to recap the game, right? Because he paid extreme attention the last 2 weeks. By the way, our awesome bard is back, feeling better, back to the world of the living, no longer sick, and ready to roll, man. I hate colds, dude. It's the worst. Like,
Yeah,
I only
it is
get
the
sick
worst.
once every couple of years, but when I do, I make it count. I don't know about you guys, but like, I go down for a month. But yeah, we're glad to have you back. Always good to have Hunter at the table. But yeah, if somebody want to help me with the recap of what we did last week, I'll leave it to you guys. Like, you just toss in there, go for it.
Well, after
We beat up an old woman.
You did beat up an old woman.
that was definitely the last thing we did, but
In fairness, she did a pretty good job of beating you up back. You know what I mean?
True.
True.
Yeah, after we had to kill all the people in the barracks room, I argued with my shield for a short while we were all trying to, take a little short rest before going into our next area.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that. Yeah, you had actually taken a rest right before dealing with that situation. Your shield helping you out. You learn that it has the ability to read minds in the nearby area on top of all the other amazing benefits this damn shield gives you.
No catch at all. There's no catch.
Yeah, aside from a 22 armor class and resistance to fire, what else could this thing give you? It also reads minds and casts fireball. I hate this thing. I hate it so much. As a GM, it's just whoever, Chris Perkins, damn you. Whoever put that in there, you know what I mean? But yeah, they did finally meet up with the Lamra Vanthaper. They had their final showdown with her and a bearded devil who was there to guard her, as well as a couple of cultists that were in the antechamber before her special shrine to a archdevil sort of deity that looks strangely like Zariel, the archangel that you would know from history's past. Dog on screen, love it. Everybody loves pooches. It's all good. But yeah, you guys fought Thalamra, defeated her, but decided to keep her alive. Instead of killing a Duke of Baldur's Gate, you decided to let her live, and instead have taken her prisoner, as well as both of her children, other than the third. I always forget his name. What's the first kid's name?
Thursville, Emmerich, and Mortlock?
Mortlock, thank you. That's the one I always have trouble with. So Mortlock turned in his mom, his brothers, and said, screw this city, let the rats eat it, I'm gone. But you were able to apprehend Amric, Thirstwell, and Thalamra. You have found probably more than enough evidence to hold them accountable for not only the fall of El Chirel, or some responsibility towards the fall of El Chirel. That turned out to be Thavius Krieg, who you also found. But plans to do the same here within the city of Baldur's Gate. So that's where we're going to pick back up. As you guys had just defeated her, you had found all the secret shrines that she had nearby. An interesting thing that you found when examining the room that you were in, as you took a look around, so not only was there the hidden door right here that led to her secret shrine, but you found one right here as well. And taking a closer inspection just to see where it goes, it leads up to the stables behind the estate. So if you were to use that exit and kind of, shimmy up, I assume one of the smaller folk took the time to shimmy up and check it out for you. It actually lifts up under a pile of hay that is hidden in the corner of the what do you call it, gatehouse? Carriage house. That's it, the carriage house. Where they store their horses and carriages and things like that. So you have a couple of exits. You know that Philaster Fisk was one of the spies they found in the prison, as well as a couple other places, or a couple other people as well. And he said that he would help clear out the upstairs, make sure the guards were made notified that you were down here and would need help at some point potentially. But yeah, that's where we'll pick up, as you guys had just now catching your breath. I'll say that you've had at least an hour or two to start to relax. I will go ahead and say you guys can go ahead and all take a full rest. We're not going to have any more encounters before morning, but essentially keep in mind that until you actually get a full rest, you're probably still feeling a little sore. But yeah, everybody's level 5 now and good to go, so we'll pick up from there. The room is finally silent as you stand over the unconscious body of the Lamra Vanthaper. Alejandro, you are a couple rooms down, by the way, just since I didn't want to run your
I
character
found
while you were
myself.
gone. Yeah, this was a prison cell that they had kind of killed the prison guard watching it, and they brought Thabius and Thirstwell here, and you have been keeping an eye on them. And as a maybe a last act of you know paranoia. I don't want to say desperation, but paranoia. Maybe you were given a jug, a small keg of blasting powder to hold on to in case things got bad. If if everything goes to shit, take everything with you. So you're sitting there just kind of holding a jug of blasting powder, hoping to God nothing goes bad. But you would probably hear the sounds of combat and then the sounds stop. So
Okay.
as to who won that fight until somebody comes to tell you, you may not know.
All right. I'm hanging out until I hear somebody. Until somebody comes in.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Do any of you go back to let him know?
Yeah, I think the first thing that was at least Ben will do is look around and be like, should we lightly kicks just lightly kicks the body just on the floor. Should we bring this one back over to the cells as well?
Potentially, I do want to check out the other room real quick, though. Oh, actually, no, we did that. Never mind. My bad.
All right. Vendor reaches down,
You're
picks her
carrying
up,
her.
throws her onto his shoulder. Like, wait a moment. Partially sits her back down and looks through her to make sure she has no sort of like hidden weapons or anything in particular on her that could be used against us.
Taking a look on her person, she has a gold purse containing 500 gold pieces. Actually, you know what? Make it
100 more
50
each.
platinum. She's more of a platinum person.
Alright.
So you guys can each have 10 platinum, 100 gold worth. As far as
What do
that
you-
goes, I think as far as on her person, she wouldn't have anything other than she was not armored at the time. She was in prayer, so she has on these strange kind of ceremonial black robes with that same kind of skull pendant that you've seen on all the cultists, more or less as if joining them. But you did find, believe the items that were within her antechamber there. There was a small onyx platform, onyx dais, that had a angelic, flaming, like rotating illusion that was kind of hovering just above it. That looked like uh, a malformed version of the Archangel Zariel, but now with more demonic features and kind of a darker facade. But yeah, that would be that'd be all you found, I believe. To be specific, a 6 foot tall fiend. Where is that? Oh wait, that's the wrong room. It was a block of obsidian that has a small angel-shaped flame erupting from its top, and of course that was the altar itself. So it's obsidian, not the other.
All right, now let's bring this one back in there, get her all locked up. Yeah.
While we're going ahead and doing this, I'll switch to our map screen for you guys.
If anyone wants to see if they can find any paperwork, that we can use to get her actually arrested.
I'll take a look.
Thank you. Ben will just sort of throws her back over his shoulder and just makes his way.
So as you guys turn around, as we learned last week, apparently a fan favorite, Slobberchops the cat. As you kind of are looking around the rest of the room, you hear that cat licking sound, like a cat licking at a bowl of milk or something to that effect. And as you turn around, it is currently drinking a green puddle of blood that seems to be oozing out from this guy. But he is definitely dead. Yeah, but the cat is just kind of slowly lapping up a green ichor that has come out of this thing. Seems to be enjoying it.
That cannot possibly be sanitary.
Yep. Yep, you have. Just keep yourself safe, Slobberchop says. He just Vandal just carries her down towards the prison.
I'll carry the cat.
Okay, you carry the cat.
I will carry the cat. I want to carry the fat cat.
Yeah, before walking into the prison, though, I just walk up and tap on the door. It's us. Don't worry too much in there. It's just us, Alejandro.
Did we lose somebody?
Okay,
Yeah, numerous
Alejandro,
settled
go to the
from-
door and open it up.
It'll fix itself in a second. Apologize, by the way, everyone viewing. If you've been in Discord all day, you will already know that Discord is losing its shit today. Half the servers are going down. For the most part, it's holding itself, but we may or may not see people move around. Hopefully, it's not too bad tonight. But yeah, just fair warning. But Alejandro, you had we had your character more or less barricade themselves in. So after they had all left you behind, you had kind of shoved a desk in front of the door, piled a couple things up. So it might take you a minute to unbarricade said door, but you're easily able to do so from this side, of course, to get access back into this room. As you do open the door, though, you see Vanril standing there carrying the limp body of Thalamra Vanthampur. You didn't get a chance to see her as up close. I think this is probably the first time. She is a very large woman. Not so large in just being portly, but actually muscular. It looks like this is the type of person that could have grown up on a farmstead somewhere chopping wood. You know what I mean? She's got some guns on her, but she has definitely got some sear marks, a massive burn across to her face, and some necrotic tissue that seems to be rolling back. She's definitely had a rough day.
Yeah, she does. She looks quite worse for wear.
Absolutely.
Let me one moment. Vandal walks over to in front of Thirstwells and sort of taps
Definitely
on the
didn't
cell
leave
door.
a nice handprint on her face.
Yeah, it just taps on the cell door and kind of shows him to her. Hey, we got her. And just walks her into a cell and like cuffs her up with the whatever sort of manacles or anything we could find in here.
By all means, sorry, go right ahead. I'm just trying to double check with everybody.
Yeah.
There
Just sort of sets her into her own sort of cell, and manacles are up. Make sure she's not really able to move too well. I do that. I give her the similar treatment that I did. Actually, no. Instead of what I did to whatchamacallit, Amric, it's was it a left arm to right ankle, and right arm to left ankle.
Nice. So you crisscross her body and kind of turn her into a human suitcase, more or less. But yeah, I think one of the things that all of you would kind of catch as you bring her in is there's a brief momentary hope that maybe there was still a chance for escape, something to that effect, on the face of Thirstwell. But as he sees you dragging his mother into the room, it's a pretty sad affair. He looks rather disappointed, as like, shit, that was my last hope, so to speak. You know what I mean? So he's a little downtrodden at the moment. You finally hear just a sigh of him giving up, as he slumps down into the corner, his back sliding down the wall in a kind of one last damn it.
Yep. This is for the imps, you fuckhead.
He doesn't even reply. Like, he's so broken. He looks pretty sad about it. I think as you probably throw her in a cell, Thalamra would come too. I had rolled for her last week, and she only had about an hour before she come back to consciousness. But as she does return to consciousness, she looks, pretty rough, of course. She's barely clinging to. And as she kind of flitters an eye open, she looks over at Thirstwell and just says, if you and your brother weren't such failures, maybe I would still be in charge. As she kind of like groans and rubs the bruises and necrosis across her face. And you just see Thirstwell again break even further, like, damn, I let mom down. I always knew you hated me, but it's worse when you say it aloud, Ma. You know what I mean? So he looks a little distraught. I think probably around this exact time, you would actually hear the clattering of steel, the sound of armor and metal as well. Go ahead. Yeah, good.
Yeah, before they fully get down there, he just was, as he sort of hears it in the distance, Vanderbilt sort of kneels, partially kneels down, kind of looks at her and goes, by the way, Mortlock sends his regards, before fully standing back up.
That probably does do a good job for her. She grits her teeth. You can actually hear the sound of her teeth grinding as it just is the final salt in the wound that the son that she had always kind of cast aside was the one who brought her demise, you know what I mean, in a way. So yeah, that definitely has an effect on her. But yeah, around that time you would then, like I said, hear the clattering of steel and swords, things to that effect. Welcome back, Noomers.
Hey.
Sorry
Yeah,
about that.
just no worries, man. Discord has been a pain all day, man. It's all good. Yeah, I'm just readjusting people. It's been problematic, so bear with us, guys, if you see any graphic stuff. There's going to be some scuff tonight. But yeah, you hear the sound of several guards making their way down the stairs, led by Philaster Fisk. So just a quick look, I went ahead and uploaded a token for him so you could get an idea of what he looks like. So this is Philaster Fisk right here. He's a rather slick-haired individual with a widow's peak and kind of receding hairline. Very fine clothes, but of course now have been disheveled, shit on. They smell of foul things from being in a cell for so long. But as he returns down, he does have some extra blood on him that does not appear to be his own. And as he kind of comes down with 3 guards in tow. Now, these are Flaming Fist guards, more or less the city watch, not her own personal retinue. As he looks at you and sees her in the cell behind you, he says, damned good. I made sure to clear out any of the rest of them that were guarding the estate. I went ahead and called the guard to make sure that they know that we're here in case anything went afoul.
Thank you. Reaches his hand out for a handshake, just like,
It's mine.
Yeah, absolutely. He would throw a hand out and kind of shake your hand.
I'm kind of concerned about how he's gonna respond, seeing her face half rotted away. I'm gonna hide in a corner.
Well,
he's probably gonna be
again,
happy about it.
It's a level of necrosis that's there, but not like completely rotted off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's pretty bad. And he even would. I think he would kind of, make his way over to the cage if you would let him. And as he kind of leans down a little bit, does lean in and say, well, I told you you would regret the day that you ever crossed paths with me. I might not have been the one, but I'm glad to see you rotting in a cell where you belong. And she spits at him. He just kind of about what I'd expect, and gets up, walks back to the guards, where he says, where actually he would look at you and say, is there anything that remains? While I have steel, I can bring it to bear if need be.
I think most of everything is down here is dead. We checked most of the rooms. I think most of the little tunnels. There might be 1 or 2 left around somewhere, but if they are, it's going to be an easy fight.
Yep. As he kind of looks over towards the guards, they all nod heads at each other and flank out in 3 different directions to go scour the remainder of this area. You, Alejandro, you are our insight guy. Actually, I think Banro, you have a pretty high insight too, right?
18.
Yeah, you got a
18.
pretty high insight. I think both of you guys would notice a serious trepidation in the guards. Like, they are more concerned than they are pleased to be a part of this. When they look down and see Thalamra sitting in a cell, you know, black Mars across her face, blood still running out of her lip and nose, they are absolutely shaken. This is what a lot of people assumed to be the next Grand Duke of Baldur's Gate. And, you know, at least until this holds up in some means of trial or things like that, it's a kind of tedious situation, a tenuous situation, I guess what I would say. And they seem a little concerned, like, are we going to get fired for this? You know? But they do set out to start sweeping the remainder of the tunnels, and they make their way back within like 5 minutes. You guys cleared everything. There was no stone left unturned.
I go up to the guards and I make sure that they know that she's responsible for her. Oh, what's the leader of the Flaming Fists?
The leader of the Flaming
Fabius?
Fist currently
No.
is Commander Zodge, who was the guy that actually was arresting Hellriders at the gate originally.
Who was the one that got sent to El Terrell?
Older Raven Guard, the
Aldar
High Duke.
Raven Guard. He was the High Duke of the city. So it's kind of an interesting setup in Baldur's Gate. They have the Watch, which is the official city guard. Their real job is just to protect Castle Baldur's Gate. You know what I mean? The keep itself. I can't remember the name of it at the moment. The Flaming Fist are actually just a group of mercenaries, but they've had so many of them and they've settled so hard here that they've become the unofficial military force of Baldur's Gate. So that's where Commander Zodge comes in. He is the head of the Flaming Fist. But yeah, Duke Aldar Ravengard is kind of, think of him more like a senator or ambassador. He's in charge of, it was a collective of 4 with one selected as the Grand Duke, and that was him. So yeah, Grand Duke Aldar Ravengard has been missing. And if you mention that to the Flaming Fist, they take a serious look at each other, and you would definitely hear one of them say, I think we need to tell Commander Zodge. He's going to want to hear about this. If that's true, oh God, I can't even imagine the paperwork.
As they do, as they do that,
She's
tap on the
responsible for Ravengard being in El Terrell when it fell.
You see a little look of worry.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
But Ben will reach back and sort of tap on Thabius's cell and be like, "Ain't that right?"
You see him look up again. He's a little weary himself, with kind of a sad eye, and without even saying a word, wordlessly acknowledges the truth by the look of kind of regret that wears on his face. He doesn't say a word, but just the look on his face as he sighs and puts his head back down says everything. You know what I mean? And one of the guards, the youngest of the bunch, he looks like he's actually wearing his father's armor. Out of the group of this 3, does take off and go to retrieve someone. And actually, he would probably get to the stairs, stop, turn around, look completely confused, and say, "Wait, do you want me to bring him here, or do we take them there, or?" And he kind of looks to you as well as the other guards, more or less. Do you want to stay down here, or do you want to take all them and drag them to the keep, more or less?
I mean, we could, if we transport them, there is a chance that if there's any remaining friends of theirs, they can ambush us on the road.
Right. Yes. Got you. And he just turns around and you hear the clanking of armor as he runs back out the door to go get some means of help as far as that goes. You don't know if he's going to get Zodge himself or just to get allies, but regardless, should be on the up and up. Let's see. But yeah, I mean, otherwise, the two guards, how did you even come to hear of this? Who to risk taking on a duke of the city? What possessed you, madmen, to come down here?
I think was
We're looking for the bathroom.
the bathroom. I first sort of look over. I think I first look over to Alejandro for a moment before doing what I'm thinking about doing.
Yeah, Alejandro nods and motions you to go forward.
He
Oh God.
he sort of just pulls out whatchamacallit out of his side, the insignia. Actually no, he walks over to actually that's where I left it, was with whatchamacallit, Thabius. I went over there and just grabbed the Hellrise insignia from it and walk over to the guards and sort of hand it over to him and just go, well, when someone takes your city, you take it a little bit personal.
It takes him a minute as he kind of looks at it, and you see almost a look of it's not confusion, but maybe a hint of regret, knowing that these guys have been rounding up Hell Riders for 2 weeks, you know what I mean, while you guys have been putting in actual work. There was a fair few of your lot that told us something was afoot, but Mandazaj, without evidence. Either way, I offer my apologies and
Hey, I understand.
Hope that it brings it to some clarity.
I understand it's above your pay grade.
But you guys are getting paid?
He just kind of looks down at his own sigil and he says, "Soldier recognizes his own. Also, very, very little." He kind of laughs at that idea. You know what I mean?
Maxwell isn't actually there, so.
No, fair enough. You know what I mean? But yeah. So let me just double check. As far as everything else goes, there was any basic weapon or armor that you guys wanted was here. So as far as like plate mail, if anybody doesn't have it, studded leather over regular leather, you can have it. Trying to think, hide armor, whatever you want. As far as basic weapons, non-magical, they had one of each of them. So anything that you guys want as far as that goes, you can grab from the supply room. You have breastplates, things like that. If you guys need any of that, extra daggers for our roguish type, I'm sure you always need a collection of them. You actually, I tell you what, just to help this a little bit, you find this really nice, almost kind of a butcher's set. You know how it's in like a roll of cloth with the little sleeves in it? You find a nice set of throwing knives, and it's got like 20 of them in here. But just small little throwing daggers that you can kind of either roll this up, keep in a bag, or it actually almost has like a strap to where you can wear it like a bandolier that puts, a handful of daggers at, ease of reach, so that you don't have to worry too much about that anymore. I don't like counting ammo.
Fair enough.
Hey, brothers.
Like the bandolier.
I
I got like 13 daggers.
You already got a few, yeah. Well, it's now you've got a nice carrying case for all of them at very least. You definitely also have acquired slobber chops, as we all found out last week. Apparently, the main character of our story, and as you kind of finally pick him up from where he was last eating or lapping at this thing that was bleeding on the floor, you see that he's like actually removed an eye and has the eyeball kind of like half in its mouth. As you pull it away, and it, you know, it immediately kind of growls a little bit like mine. You know, don't touch it.
I'm just picking up the cat at this point and be like, all right, you can have it. And
Yeah,
just-
it does do a little bit of a kind
shut
of
up.
sound, you know, like, don't take my eyeball, this is mine. As you see this
I
yellow
want a fair and square.
greenish eye kind of hanging out of its mouth.
I fought for this. I nearly died for it.
Right. But yeah, it actually would flap its wings a couple of times, and it lifts itself out of your hands and onto Numo's shoulders, which is kind of funny because with as small as
just
you
as
are,
big as
Numo,
Numo.
this cat's is half your size, almost. It's a little weighty, you know. It's not a super heavy cat. I
They
imagine
started
much
as
like a
enemies.
bird, it would have to have like hollow bones, you know, to keep itself aloft. But
And
yeah,
they
it does seem
started
to
as
have taken a
enemies.
liking to you.
The corpses from what we killed earlier, are they still there, like from like the bearded devils and stuff like that?
Yeah, absolutely.
We could
I
show
don't think
those
they
to
are.
the.
I'm pretty sure fucking what's his face put them all in his bag.
Yeah,
Oh,
he said
Maxwell
one.
has them all in his bag.
Yeah,
we
I've-
could
I've got
show them those corpses to show that they were consorting with devils.
Right.
the government doesn't want you to know this, but you can just take dead demons. I've got like 18 dead demons in my bag right now.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, the bearded devil. Did you put the bearded devil, the
Yeah,
one that
that
was
was the last
guarding
thing.
the prison?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think that was the one
Yeah,
that
I
filled
have
the
the
bag.
yeah, I have the bearded devil that guarded the prison. I've got a whole bunch of dead imps. How many dead imps do I have?
You have a lot of dead imps,
There's like
a lot of
6,
spine,
7.
3 spine devils.
3 spine devils, 7 dead imps, 1 dead bearded devil, and that's where I started running out of room. So actually, the dead devil from that last room with
Yeah.
the
Yeah, I'm
missus.
carrying-
That guy's still there.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I'm gonna be
barbed
carrying him out,
devil
though.
is still laying in
Okay.
front of the dark
Yeah.
altar. As you kind of mentioned, like, you know, we have evidence, you know, things like that. The guards just kind of look around and say to themselves, yeah, I can kind of see that. You know what I mean? Like, you know, the dark subterranean dungeon, as far as it goes, should bear enough. But when you mention the actual barbed devil, they look at each other like, shit, I didn't even see that. And you see one of them go run off, and then you hear a couple of moments later, holy shit, there is one in here. Look at this thing.
Yeah,
Missing an eye.
Van Roll, you know, walks
Like a
over and just
catch-all.
kind of picks it up and sets it on his shoulder, just like making
Yeah.
sure not to poke himself with it. Just like, okay, seeing
Right.
someone with me, I have to carry this thing.
Fair enough. Who was it that took the or sorry, Sariel, you took the mace, right? The +1 mace?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys do have a +1 mace now.
It's hidden in my backpack currently.
Gotcha. Let me take a look at the Lamra's character sheet as well.
I couldn't really put it under equipment because you know I'm carrying quite a lot.
Yeah, I get
And while
that.
having a longsword and a shield equipped, I don't know where I would leave the mace honestly. So I just shoved it in my backpack and be like, that's cool.
So you do a long sword and a shield? Is that what you said?
I have a longsword and a shield currently.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're swinging it one-handed. It is an option as far as that goes. Like I said, it probably does less damage, but the magical portion might give you a little.
Well,
That might balance out if you can
Yeah.
bypass the magical resistance. But
Yeah.
yeah, I only
that's-
do it.
go ahead.
The +1 makes up for the dropping down from a D8 to a D6, so on average, you'd be rolling the exact same damage.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
I will say, as far as the Lamra goes, you find yet another insignia ring or 2. You find one insignia ring for the House Van Thamper. You find another insignia ring that she had kind of worn inward, if that makes sense. So it just
Yeah.
looked like a band on one side, but looking at the inside, bared that same skull that looks, you know, relative to the skull and triangle insignia that bears the crest of the Dead Three. She does have a nice string of pearls that you feel like would be worth about 50 gold pieces. and her fine clothes are pretty damaged, but other than that, she probably also has a set of earrings that are worth another 25. So she's got, 75 gold worth of jewelry on her if you want to go that route. Plus those insignia rings if they may ever bring any use. You know what? I think on another hand, she would even have one that would insignia of Baldur's Gate, more or less showing her position as a duke as well. So that may be of use.
Banro would take all three of those as more of an evidence sort of thing. If anyone else wants to take the jewelry, that's up to them.
Got you. Very cool. But yeah, I mean, within a couple of moments, a cadre of guards. Do you like that? It's a cool word. A group of guards do show up, fully armored, pikes ready, moving in formation. These seem to be the very well-trained units. There is a mix of Flaming Fist and City Watch at this point. And they come making their way down with shackles in hand and things ready to go, more or less
We've
to
killed
help
them
you
all
escort.
already.
Yeah, we're here to escort your prisoners.
All right.
We've been told that they are high risk, so to speak.
You could say that as he sort of he still has the was it barbed devil on his shoulder.
Right. Well, as you kind of step to the side and he sees Duke Thalamra in a cell with her face, half necrosis out, it definitely catches his attention. We'll make sure to take them to the keep, but I can assure you already Commander Zodge has requested your presence.
Oh, good.
God. Not him.
Well,
Be careful
we're
saying
gonna
that
have
to him,
see
young
at some
lady.
point.
Sorry.
I will say that to him.
Didn't mean to
That's
cut you
what we're
off there,
afraid
Hunter.
of.
Right.
I used to work for the dude, okay? I can say that.
It
Yeah.
was inevitable. Eventually, at some point, we were going to have to talk to him.
At some point, yeah, exactly. But yeah, how do you guys want to proceed as far as that goes? The guards that are there do escort Thalamra, Thirstwell, Thabius, and I think that was all the living people. They would offer to take the barbed devil from you if you wish.
No.
You know what I mean?
This is mine. Fabius, you said was it before I took you in
Trophy.
here? You said you wanted to whatchamacallit, you said you had things to get. Anything in particular that you really need from in here? That's not dangerous.
He requests specifically his holy symbol. He had a holy symbol in service to Tyr, I believe.
I got it.
Tyr. He would ask for his holy symbol, as well as if you wish to find any of the research I had done, you'll probably find it within my study.
Also, I have a question for you, right? So since we're in front of a few people in here, the shield talk to you, right?
You're still on
You've
about
heard
that
him as
damn
well,
shield.
have you?
Okay, see, I'm not that crazy. He also heard him.
Yeah,
I don't know. He could be crazy too.
Yeah,
As
but we both heard the same thing without being,
the dude made a deal with God knows what to cause you know what.
Yeah.
as the guards are kind of escorting him out, you had him stopped for a moment, just before they finally jerk at his arms and drag him away. He does lean very close to you, almost with wide eyes, and says, "Do not trust it. That thing is not of this realm." And then they pull him away and kind of, come on, old man, and drag him down the hall.
Do not trust what?
Oh, this points at the shield.
Yeah, let's see. Have we uploaded a shield, picture of the shield yet?
Yeah.
If not, I can probably,
Not this session, but you've had one.
yeah,
before.
that's not an issue. I could do that. So There you go, Hunter. That's what the shield looks like. It is.
It looks like it's about to eat you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
He thinks it talks to him, so he's like losing his mind. I don't know what's
No,
It's a shield with
just-
kind of a demonic face on it. And Vanral has claimed that it talks to him. Kind of
So
we already
somewhat
discussed
confirmed by
that Vanral gets to
Thavius.
sleep.
pulls
Vanral gets
pulls
to
out.
sleep in a
and says,
separate room with a shield far away from us.
I don't want to sleep in the same room as the thing.
That's not my problem. You wanted it and you got it.
I just don't want.
Exactly.
I don't want this thing shoot fireballs. I don't want someone else, a few other people. I don't trust the others with 3 free fireballs a day.
You
I
do
don't know,
notice
You're the only one hearing voices.
Shields shooting fire.
Yeah, I
Go-
was about to say, you're hearing voices and you don't trust them?
a couple of the guards definitely look at it strangely as they kind of see you holding it, almost, turning away with a little bit of a scowl or an uneasy feeling after looking at this kind of ghastly visage that's engraved across the face of it. But yeah, if you guys want, you are not escorted, so you could just leave. Like, they're not actually taking you prisoner, or forcing you to go to Commander Zod right away, but it is up to you if you wish to do so.
As the guard's walking out, I look over like, do you mind if we stop at one store before we make our way there? Just real quick, we have a lot of things.
We know who you are. If you don't show, we'd have to come look for you, but I think you've done enough service here that we can trust you to turn yourselves in, correct? And you
I
see him
would've-
kind of look
I don't-
around at the other guards who no one
I don't-
else raises argument.
I don't like the way that you said that, but I get what you mean. I think the way you said it was slightly concerning. It was like
And
a
as you
slightly
said,
concerning way to say it.
simply doing my job.
I know.
Your job sucks.
You telling me, dear? And he kind of just like slumps a corpse over his shoulder and begins trudging out of the dungeon. You telling me? But
Our
yeah,
job
you guys,
isn't any better. We actually had to fight them.
right? One individual is left with you after the guards take all your prisoners and begin heading out. I am trying to look up the name of the castle location. I forget the name of it. But
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, absolutely. That's definitely got to be the answer. It's definitely got to be it. But Philaster Fisk does remain with you, and after all the guards leave, he would say, "Again, I do owe you my life. I would have died in that cell, and she'd have saw to it, I guarantee you that. I owe you a big one for this. But I have to ask, did you ever find the cube? The artifact I was sent here to look for."
I feel like we should probably, if we do discuss things about that, if it's that important, probably a little bit in a better position than this.
Give me a persuasion check. As we're trying to persuade him to not do so. I tell you what, go ahead and use advantage. I think that's fair. This is kind of a shit situation, you know what I mean, as far as that goes. Ooh,
Oh,
nice.
well, a 9 and a natural 20.
Nat 20, nice. So, taking a look around, surveying his surroundings, he nods and agrees. But, does seem hopeful that you have claimed that item. As long as I don't need to continue looking, that's my consent. And he turns and begins making his way out as well.
I give him, before he fully walks out, I give him the location of the ship. If that's all
Ah.
right with everybody next to us?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. That's a good question. You do still have Amric at the ship. Did you make any mention
Yep.
of that to the guards, or are you dealing with that yourself?
We're probably gonna deal with that with itself because the guards go there. I don't think the people that's guarding the boat's gonna be too happy. So
a bunch of Hell Riders that have just been held prisoner by the Flaming Fist for the last 2
Yeah.
weeks. Sure, they'll be fine.
Yeah, no, I don't think that'd be a
I
good
don't know what
idea. I
your
don't
worry
think
is.
that'd be a good idea.
I mean, if you're sure. But yeah, that's fine. But yeah, you are left to your own device. But you know, as far as that goes, but you have been asked to report to the High Hall as soon as possible.
All right. I say before we go talk to this fellow, we should probably sell all these bodies we got.
Oh, what a
Good
sentence!
idea.
We hear that again.
We should probably keep one of them to show him, but the rest of them I think we should sell.
Well, they're gonna have to show him the other things too.
Yeah. I'll keep a collection. I have a collection of a few of the papers. I think so does Serial right there. We'll keep one of the body. We can keep like one of the bodies, maybe two, and then the rest we can sell off to the one people so we can be like, hey, look, they had these.
Gotcha. Cool.
And
Let's see.
then I say we should also stop by the ship and grab Emmerich and bring him with us.
Maybe.
Fair point.
Yeah, we can leave them somewhere. See?
I feel like the crime they committed probably is going to end in their death.
I better be.
Trying to have a demon eat the city. Yeah, that's pretty death worthy.
Rather difficult to explain on the old voting card.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's true.
Yeah. All right.
Very fair. But yeah, you're left to yourselves as far as that goes. So I will trust your judgment on that one.
All right. Yeah. We'll keep the spine devil and one of the imps, I'd say, and then the other ones we sell.
Okay.
That should get us a nice chunk of profit.
So you guys head to the wizard who you've been dealing
Sorceress. I think it's Sorceress Sundries.
with. Sorceress
something like that.
Sundries. And
Yeah.
just to confirm, it is called the High Hall. That's where you were requested to go to.
Yeah.
It's not actually like the barracks, but it's close by, of course. And this is where the dukes and parliament, kind of deal, does all their. This is more or less the where judgment is made, in a lot of trials or cases or public hearings, things like that. I was trying to share a picture, but I can't. So instead, let me do this. I will just copy and paste this into the chat of our stream, and you guys can find it there.
Oh my god.
There you go, so you guys can see what it looks like. But yeah, you make your way to Sorceress Sundries. There is an older wizard. Let me see. See if I can find it here. Oh, train.
Are you comfortable?
Once a stream, like clockwork. Rivelin Blackhand, a neutral human mage. I shouldn't have said the neutral part, but yeah, either way. Human mage is currently tending to dusting off shelves. You see that he does have his co-worker with him that you had a previous encounter with, Numo. Again, very tall, lanky individual with a very moppy hat that just kind of like flows down on all sides, and his name is, of course, Gilligan. Yeah, that's Chris Perkins. I'm telling you that right now. Like, he does that shit. I'm just looking at it. I'm taking a bet. But either way, yeah, that's the encounter you individual. And as you see him come in, he says, "Oh, good, you come back. Please tell me, what have you brought me this time?" And he seems to really
Maxwell's
rubbing his
going-
hands.
Maxwell's going to stomp up to the counter, towing his bag, followed by Robopup. and he's going to just begin pulling out every single one of the demon carcasses that we've accumulated up to this point, minus the imp and the.
I have the spine devil on my shoulder still. I had to walk through town with it.
You're just carrying it through town.
Yeah.
Amazing. Luckily, you're not too. No, actually, you're a pretty good
Well,
distance away. Because you were in the
also-
upper city.
Also, whenever if someone sees a paladin in full plate armor with helm symmetry all over carrying a dead demon, it's probably not too much of a question on what happened.
At very least, people are more comfortable seeing the helm symbol than like Asmodeus. Probably.
Yeah.
It's not an ally, most likely. But
that
yeah,
sounds like it.
as you walk in, he's already wide-eyed, looking at that. Oh, sorry, bear with me here for 2 seconds, guys. I just lost earpiece. Oh, it'll reconnect. It just my computer's a pain in the ass. I just want to get it reconnected, otherwise you'll get feedback through the microphone. Dude, all the scuff tonight between Discord and my earpieces.
Better than some of the other knives.
There we go.
At least your monitor didn't catch on fire.
Yeah, definitely better than the night my TV caught on fire. But yeah, so as you make your way in, he's already wide-eyed looking at this barbed devil that you have over your shoulder. And then as you kind of come up to the counter and turn this bag and, begin dumping out corpses, his eyes go wide, his jaw's kind of dropped. You've been quite busy, haven't you? Oh my goodness, please, give me a moment here. And you see as he kind of like hurriedly comes around the counter and begins, meticulously looking it over each of the corpses, like spreading out the wings. You actually see him reach in, pull something out, and he's got like a seamstress's tape to kind of measure the length of the wings and the spines, and he's taking a very interesting approach at it.
Was it?
So let's see. I believe the imps were 50. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it was 50 apiece. Is what we agreed
You
to.
had 7 of them. He would definitely offer 600 for the imps, trying to save himself $50 there. As far as the barbed devil and the bearded devil, he would offer, let's say, 150 each for the largers. What else was there?
The 3 spines that were.
Oh yeah,
little
3
quick
spine
little
devils. I think he would offer 200 for all 3 of those, as far as that goes. So was it 3 plus 3 plus 2? That's 800. Yeah, so he would offer 800. That's of course the offer that he makes. I could give you 800 for all of them, or I would be more than happy to extend 1,000 if you want to take it in store credit. I can give slightly better deals if I know it's coming from my own stores.
Yep. Vanril sort of looks at it, sees if the one that one shot him, is in the list of the ones that was there.
Oh yeah, the spined devil or whatever it was.
No, it was the imp that just one shot me.
Oh yeah, there was the imp that got you with the critical poison.
Like 40 something damage, yeah.
It's definitely in there. And the funny thing is, it's the smallest of the bunch. Seeing the rest of them laid out, but it is far more potent apparently.
Yeah, grabbing it, he looks over to Maxwell's like, "We're keeping this one. You put the other one in there. this bastard's coming with us."
Okay. As long as we still got the same number of them.
All the same, I think the price still remains.
Yeah, this bastard got me good. I'm
not to mention my thanks. That sort of something.
Maxwell, look around to see if there's any like mithril and adamantine items on display.
Yeah, let me go ahead and take a look here, because I know this was something that we had discussed. Let me take a look. Adamantine armor. I'm trying to take a look through our See,
Well, it said
combat
500.
items, adamantine armor, price 500. So, go ahead and roll me
So
a.
if we take
Whoever wants to roll a D100, and we'll say that there is a 75% chance. So as long as you get higher than a 25, it's there. So that's probably more common.
Hey.
62. There is a gleaming set of adamantine armor that is currently on the on a display mannequin. It's actually more or less magically held aloft. That you see that the mannequin has a mild illusion in it that actually makes it look like an individual on the inside.
I just also just realized we have another set of plate armor too that we could sell, other than what I'm wearing.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to
True.
take that though. But
Not him,
Um,
but I'm just saying like we have it to.
Yeah, because I put mine in the bag of holding.
No, yours chain. I'm
Yeah.
talking about the
Oh, yeah,
plate because
chain,
we
yeah.
killed the one and yeah I'm wearing the first animated armor suit we ran into, and then there was the second
True.
animated
The
armor
second one,
suit that we
yeah.
killed.
Yeah,
so
yeah, that is true.
it looks like we have at least 500 we could be spending here. Do we want to just take it and store credit and see what else we can get for 500?
That's up to.
I don't often deal with armors and weapons that of the mundane sort, but I do some mild enchanting. I mean, for both of those sets of traditional plate that I could enchant later, I would give you the adamantine in trade.
That'd work.
How much is plate though? Usually run you.
To buy it at a store, 1,500.
Yes. So that'd be 3,000 for a 2,000
That
train.
is also brand new price. You know what I mean? Still like
Yeah.
on the store.
Yeah,
You're probably,
true.
you know that
Yeah,
you would
thinking-
probably get about half of that. You know what I mean? As far
Yeah.
as that goes.
Yeah.
So I mean, he's offering you a $500 item for the
Oh,
what,
I think it's
1,000 to
animated
1,500 worth you might have. So it's definitely a low ball deal.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I think it was actually not. I think actually because the adamantine armor is 500 plus the type of armor it is.
that is probably true. Yeah, 500 plus the original type. So that's probably fair. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
I always forget when I'm looking at the armor in this Sane Magic Price Guide. In case you guys want to know where we're
Yeah.
getting our prices from, we use the Sane Magic Price Guide. If you haven't checked that out, it's worth it.
So say
Yeah.
sell the stuff normally and then trade the 2 sets of plate for the adamantine plate.
Definitely do that. I think it's a good idea.
So in total, you take 800 gold pieces for the corpses, right? His original offer, and then you
Yep.
trade him 2 sets of traditional plate for 1 set of adamantine armor. And as he kind of looks
All
over
right.
him, he says, "Yes, I do believe I can enchant these. Add a
Just-
couple of simple inscriptions here." And, you see him looking over the armor. He's rather intrigued
Yeah.
by it. I almost
Just so
wonder
you
if I could
know,
combine the poison from this with the armor from that. He's gears are moving. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Maxwell Seeks Up and says, just so you know, just for full disclosure, these used to be animated.
I kind of unsure. Let's see. He starts to look at himself. I wonder if the residual magic would maintain any of its original properties. Just give him a
Up to you.
D20.
Just figured I'd let you know.
Shouldn't be any of the matter. He kind of shrugs it off and begins. Gilligan, get down here. Help me gather these things, please. And you see the guy up top. Until the word "please" came out, he kind of had a look like "fuck you." But all right, I'm coming. As he does make his way down and collect the suit of armor. Is everybody there, by the way?
160?
Did everyone go to this location?
Yeah, I followed them.
Yeah, we would have stayed together.
Okay. Gilligan does take a look at you, Numo, as he kind of passes by and throws a subtle wink, in your direction. This was the one that you'd kind of had a little thieves can't chat with before. So yeah, he throws a subtle nod or twitch of his nose. But yeah, otherwise, anything else that you guys want to do here, or?
There we go.
800 split 5 ways would be 160 each, in case
Yeah.
anyone didn't want to math.
I don't do math. I can't do math.
And that is why I did the math.
Don't make me math.
Is
The
that
monster
going?
math.
How many was it? Sorry.
Hey,
160 each.
160 each.
I can't write with this hand, but I have to do.
You guys got some gold stacked up, I'm sure, by now.
Yep,
I'm over
1300.
1,000.
You do
1500.
see that, of course, he has a variety of items for sale if you have any interest, you know what I mean? But, you know, otherwise, his primary, the things that he primarily sells, he sells spell scrolls up to level 3, and, you know, a number of enchanted weapons and armor and potions, things like that.
Would he have diamonds?
If you ask, well, it's not something I typically keep out for sale. I mean, of course, they are used in the enchanting process. I have several that I probably could part with for a fair price.
Well,
Was
what would
there
you
one
charge
that
me for
you
2 of
something
them?
that you needed in particular?
I just need them for.
Gotcha. I'm assuming this is for Revivify, or so
Yeah.
I think those are worth 300 gold apiece.
That's fine.
Yeah, fair flush price. If you want to buy 2 at 300 each, you know what I mean. He will give you 2 300 gold diamonds, or 2 diamonds worth 300 gold each. So
Yeah,
it'd be
I'll
600.
take 2. I'll take 2 diamonds.
Okay,
I'll give him
600
gold.
gold, and you can now revive twice.
If
Well, technically
she-
3 now, but yeah.
wait, what if there was 100 gold diamond and it was sold to you at 300? Would it still be worth 300?
if you sell me a 50 gold diamond for 300 gold, does that make it a 300 gold diamond? I think it would actually probably have to come down to a size value. I think that's just like the estimated
I
worth.
was
You know
just
what I mean?
like,
Yeah,
I was
no,
like, what about
I'm
inflation?
thinking. Yeah, no, even thinking it through. Yeah, I think it would actually be like more of a, you know, that 300 gold value is more of the estimated size required, maybe,
Yeah.
or intricacy, maybe. I'm not sure. I don't know where they get
Yeah,
that
I just-
value from.
I just figure, you know, having 3 diamonds in total should be at least worth something down the line where we're going.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, these things will definitely come in handy when you need to start reviving people.
Does he
Yeah.
perhaps have a helm of comprehending languages on display anywhere?
And the languages. Let me take a look.
Wasn't it enough to have my share? You also have to have my legs.
Helm of Comprehend Language. It's a pretty common item. I'll give you the same thing. 25% chance he doesn't. 75% that he does. If you want to roll
Oh
for
boy,
that.
rolling time.
I feel like that's the only
D100.
fair way to do it. Is always give a chance that maybe he just doesn't have one in stock, you know. But yeah, he does. It takes him a moment. He says, "Well, I believe we had a hat of comprehend languages, but if I were to put some padding and a little armor on it, you know, he kind of starts, you know, mumbling to himself while fidgeting with an item in a box that he's rummaging through. And as he does produce it, he does. It is a, I think it would be kind of like a, almost like the Roman helmet, where it's like a little bit rounded on top, long in the back, almost like a mullet of a helmet, with a small spike sticking out the top of it. And he says, I think this should do the job. Inside, you see that there is a like knitted cap that has been fashioned to the inside of it that he just attached, more or less, you know.
Looking at it, does Maxwell think he might be able to just separate that cap
You
back out without damaging it?
Absolutely could. Yeah.
Oh, thank God. Maxwell excited for a second goes, this is the ugliest helmet I've ever seen. How much?
It would run you about 500 gold pieces.
He nods, counts it out, sets it down, says, great seamstress thing. Really got a future there.
Yeah, I appreciate the work. I actually do quite value my craftsmanship. I've taken up knitting in the meantime, and just
Oh,
It starts-
knitting.
It's a fabulous hobby. I've also done a little crochet and macrame. He just gets into it. You found his soft spot apparently, and he's like, look at this, and he like pulls out like a little stuffed owlbear that has been macrameed or whatever, you know what I mean, together. He's pretty proud of his work.
You know who really loves just craftsmanship and just discussing anything to do with this? Our cleric over there, actually, Sariel, is just absolutely fascinated by the subject.
Oh, really? That's quite interesting. Do you do any yourself? You look like a needlepoint person to me. I've recently joined a circle. It's mostly older seamstresses, but they've been quite, welcoming. He is ready to talk your ear off. You found a soft spot. It's funny, you go into the wizard's shop and talk about magic, he could care less. You start talking about crochet, he is on it. He's like, oh my god. By the gods.
I would love to learn one day.
That's it. But yeah, you guys can get all, whatever other items you need as far as that goes.
Yeah.
He seems to be pretty happy to accommodate.
What about the weapons?
As far as weapons, he does have all your standard +1s, you know what I mean, as far as that goes. Let me take a look here. Control F. Let's see. So he has.
How much would 2 short swords +1 be?
Okay, I will say he has the ammo, so like arrows and bolts, those are 25 each. And as far as a +1 weapon goes, it would run 1,000 gold. But after all the other business, the kind of that you've done, I think he would, offer to sell at least short swords for 800 instead. You guys have bought and sold and traded a lot. He says it's a little pricey. The enchantments, it's a bit tricky to increase the edge and the sharpness, but I assure you it will cut through even the thickest hides, quite like these fellows here, as he points towards the barbed devil, which you guys know had resistance.
Well, I'll at least buy one short. I'll buy 1 +1 short sword.
Okay. Yeah, you go ahead and grab 1 +1 short sword.
For
Like I said,
800?
yep, 800 gold pieces. But as he hands it to you, it is really well made. It's actually a mix between like a steel and a gold inlay that kind of swirls the handle. It's very stylized, more or less. It would almost look like a very small rapier, but with a slightly wider blade, but it has, that same kind of hand guard and things to make it look very nice.
Nice.
Kind of like a spiral around the hand guard that of gold and silver that wraps around. Yeah, as you kind of hold on to it and toss it around a couple of times, you see a sheen of kind of glint of blue that flashes across it, and you find that it's super light, balanced, and would cut through just about anything. So yeah, that'll help you bypass any magical resistances that creatures may have. Anyone else looking for anything?
Okay.
I was gonna see if he had the I don't know how much it would cost, but there was that ring. One of the rings I was looking at would be the whatchamacallit, truth telling, ring of truth telling. Because the mind shielding one's extremely expensive. I know that one's extremely expensive. Because what it does.
Oh, you do not want to look at the price of a ring of mind shielding, my friend.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's probably like 20.
16,000.
Oh, that's close.
We ain't gonna have that.
Let's see. You said it was truth telling?
Yes. All it does is gives advantage on wisdom insight checks. This determine if someone's lying to you.
That's not my problem. I'm just having a trouble finding it. I typed in the word truth. It said it found one, but I can't see the word highlighted on the screen. What's going on here? It definitely, like I said, it found the word. I just don't see what it's highlighting. So it's got to be somewhere here on the page. Bear with me.
And-
Ring of warmth. Is truth telling
no.
one word?
Let me see. Pop back
I don't
up.
think it's on this list. Is the
It
problem?
is. Yeah, I think it's separate.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it on this list. So
Oh, right.
what you said it gives you advantage on
Insight checks.
insight checks.
Only it says to determine whether someone is lying to you.
Determine whether
So
someone
only-
is lying to
So
you.
it only activates whenever it's if I'm trying to check if someone's lying, not just like about their general demeanor, just if they are lying.
Gotcha. This is so weird, dude. I think
Very
my
specific.
I think my thing is being a little bit weird here. Let's see.
just don't know if
Ring
it's
of
on the
animal
list.
influence pours out. Some of these rings get really expensive. Let me look it up
Some
on
are a
D&D
little
Beyond.
odd.
Yeah,
they
some of
are.
the prices get a little bit weird. Ring of
It's like folding boat, marked as 10,000 gold. It's like if there's any point in a campaign where a river needs to be crossed, DMs usually provide a boat of some kind. Like
right.
this is literally just for the nuance of not having to pay for ship passage.
Right. Are we talking about folding boat? Is that the one you were talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And then like, yeah, and then she's got like Heward's Handy Haversack 2000. Rules as written, Heward's Handy Haversack doesn't actually do anything because
Oh.
5e doesn't have any rules for item interaction.
Right. I will say the folding boat I have used a couple of times in nefarious ways. It's like what does it fold into? Like a 1 inch by 1 inch cube?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could fit that in somebody's mouth and use the command word. You know what I
Damn.
mean? Kind of deal. But yeah, that's about the only thing. Other than that, it's just handy to not have to find a boat. I'll go ahead and say the Ring of Truth Telling would also be 500 though, because it seems to be about the same price as
500?
most of the other magic items in that
Yeah.
area, the uncommon area. So if you do want it, you know, I mean, you could have that, but it would be 500 GP.
All right, I could do that for 500.
Because I can't find it anywhere else. So
Yep.
We're
All right.
fully back.
cool, man.
Add equipment for 500.
While you guys are rummaging around and looking through the goods, Numa, you turn back and see where you had kind of left, you know, your bag sitting on the counter with the cat inside of it, and you
Oh,
see
no.
that this individual is kind of peering at the cat and talking to it, and you see him duck behind the counter, rummage through some things, and then pull out a small little hat that he has macrameed to be cat
no.
size.
Oh no.
What does this hat look like, Numo? You tell me. I'll let you have the fun with this one. He has a crocheted hat that he has placed on the cat. What do we get? A Viking helmet, maybe? You know what I mean?
Oh,
Looks
not-
like a Viking helmet, one broken horn.
Not cat
I
in
don't
a
know.
hat.
That could be it.
And
A
that-
stovepipe hat. Oh, what was that last part? I think you're muted. Yeah, I'm not hearing you. Let me double
I can't
check.
hear Numo.
It might just be on my
No.
side. Okay, nobody else is hearing him either. Okay, it's
No,
not
I
just
don't
me.
hear Numo.
There we go.
Oh, there he is.
Gotcha. Can you hear me now?
Yep. I will say I saw you
Sound
smile.
good.
Oh, I accidentally covered it. Yeah, I saw you smile once or twice, and I thought maybe you'd said something, but I wasn't sure, so I didn't say anything. But yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. I was gonna say maybe like a owl bear hat
Nice.
or something.
It just looks like the top of an owlbear, like the head, you know what I mean? So when you put it on, it gives little bear ears and the slightly bigger owl eyes. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He says, I was working on making a plushie for my niece, but when I saw this adorable Tressum, I just couldn't resist. Look, isn't it amazing? As he kind of,
Aw, look at that.
gloats
It's
himself a little
adorable.
bit. The cat looks just dissatisfied. It doesn't try and shrug it off. It's too lazy to care. But it just kind of has that grumpy cat look as it's like, God.
Oh, slobber
That
chops, don't
close.
you look nice?
Flubberchubbs looks adorable.
I love it.
Oh,
If he kills y'all, I will have seen it coming.
he'll use all
He's-
of his advantages.
He kind of like spirals around inside the bag, putting his head down inside. And as it comes back out, he's just chewing on his eyeball again, and then goes back to what he was doing. You
Little
know?
eyeball.
Just to be clear, we're talking about the eyeball he took from the demon, right?
Yeah, the bearded devil. It's
Okay.
not a new one that he's acquired. It's the same one.
I just want to make sure it wasn't like his own.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, with this cat, anything's possible. It looks half dead.
Yep.
Or
All right.
slobber chops. But yep, you guys geared up. Anything else that you wanted, Numo? I thought I want to make sure you didn't need anything.
Yeah, I was actually looking at some dust of disappearance.
Dust of disappearance. Okay.
I would have thought you'd want a +1 weapon so you can get around.
I do want that, but the cat needs kitty litter. It's gonna be living in my bag.
Amazing. Dust of dryness, dust of disappearance is only 300 gold pieces. Taking a look at the situation, I'll go ahead and say, since I kind of knowing what you want to use it for, as he's intrigued and kind of eccentric over the cat and adjusting the hat a little bit, he would offer you 250 for dust of disappearance.
All right, the deal.
Yeah.
I also, in Thieves Camp, I'm going to ask, how much would you give me for the cat?
This is to Gilligan, the kind of nefarious character that you had met previously.
Don't you
Um,
dare.
I think the gnome is about to get face rotted.
Give me a
Just try to
persuasion
check.
check.
We've killed dukes for less.
We killed dukes for less. Give me
They
a
hurt
persuasion
wonky.
check. Yeah, I have a bad habit of killing off all the pets in this game.
Yeah.
Who else had a pet?
Well, there was
Wonky the donkey?
Wonky the donkey that we met pretty early on. The girl with the rainbow scarf. I think that was the only other one, right?
We don't know. We don't know if he's dead yet.
There was also all of Thirstwell's pet imps.
Oh yeah. Well, I slaughtered.
Um,
Oh yeah, but we slaughtered
Yeah,
those.
those are all dead.
Those are all dead.
But yeah, kind of looking at it, I think with the 13, he kind of says, he would throw back a, what the hell do I want a cat for? You know what I mean?
You could use it as a watch cat.
I don't think we know what they were talking about. It was in Thieves Camp.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I kinda
it was
like to do
all
something like
Yeah.
hand
Rhythm,
gestures.
It can fly. Then I'm just like, that. Never mind. It's just
Well,
kind of the cat.
while he's doing that, as I look over there doing a bunch of weird things, can I just roll insight to see how like weird he's being? If it's actually me, like he's not like in the sense of like he's like what he's saying, just if he's trying to do something or just being weird.
Hang on.
What
up.
is
You're
your
going
passive
to-
perception?
Passive percent 15.
15.
You're gonna look at the gnome clown tumbler,
Yeah.
and you're going to ask if he's doing anything
Yeah,
weird.
weird. Yeah, if he's just like
yeah,
yeah. I don't think that because like he
Always.
always does something weird.
Classic
But if he's-
Always. more
But this other
unusual
person
than
he's talked
normal.
to, yeah. If he's doing it with it's the other person he's talked to also doing something weird, that might be a little bit more of like a huh.
Numo, if you could give
There's
me
definitely a
a
warthog in there.
stealth or sleight of hand. Let's say it shows the stream running. Sorry about that.
Roll it again.
Reload if necessary. Whoa, I really broke it on my side. All right, so what did we roll here? A 24. Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
you would catch
I had
it.
to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, he's far too subtle with his gestures when it comes to stuff like this. I gave it a chance, but yeah, those
Oh yeah.
little subtle twitches and hand gestures. What you see, I need to roll one as well. Let's add a +5 to this. What do you get on your stealth, or what did you roll here? Did you roll stealth? You got +6.
I did,
Okay.
yeah. So
I'm gonna also give this guy a +5. We'll give him +4. He's not quite as good as you. So that's a 15. One thing that you would notice, because that's right at 15 at a +4, as he kind of does reply to you, Numo, he would more or less say, I believe I've already got flying pets covered. And you see, wrapping around his hand, almost coming out of his sleeve and then around his hand and then going back in, to hide in the cloak the baggy kind of cloak that he wears, you would see a serpent, a winged snake, that kind of slithers around his hand and then hides back in his cloak. Banro, you probably would also catch that as well, just the subtle, movement, and enough to catch that this guy's got a pet snake hidden in his jacket.
right.
Don't know why.
I thought he was just happy
Numo.
to see me.
Yeah, what? Give me a history check, Numo, if you don't mind. Kind of curious how well you know this, because we've done this before. Do so with advantage, because we've had this conversation before too.
Oh, good. 'Cause I'm usually horrible at those.
Thank you, by the way, there, cop, for letting
Oh.
everybody know to refresh. Appreciate it. 16
Yes.
and a 2. All right, the 16's enough for you to recall when you had kind of last spoke with him. He had mentioned something about like a network, more or less. You know that typically flying serpents, the flying snake itself, is kind of a house sigil, or like a crest for the Zentarum, which is a underground kind of thieves network that works all throughout the Sword Coast. So, seeing that kind of is pretty customary. You've probably met a few individuals that had one of these. They're really good for messengers, and they're stealthy when they need to sneak in somewhere. But yeah, that would definitely kind of relate this guy to the Zentarum in some way. But I think the last time you had actually spoken with him, he had mentioned something about more or less the network, which is, just the local chapter of Zentarum here in Baldur's Gate. Vanril, that may not be 100%
Yeah,
your
I have no clue.
wheelhouse, but you definitely saw the snake.
Yeah, I saw the snake. It's a cool snake.
It's cool.
Don't step
Actually,
on it.
Vanner looks over, is like, that's a cool snake, and just looks back. And just-
He
Just
he
like the other
tries his best to pretend like he has no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Flying snake, that's what they're called.
I answer back like, if you don't want the cat, it's your loss. The thieves can't pants grab kind of thing.
Right. Yep.
And yeah, I tried. But,
Yeah, he throws back, I appreciate the offer, however. Got it covered.
All right.
Yeah, I was also wondering if I could get like one of those +1 short swords. If there's another one of those.
Oh yeah, yeah. These are something he keeps pretty well stocked as far as that goes. So if you need another +1 short sword, they're 500 apiece. Or sorry, what did I say? 800? 800 apiece. Yeah, 800 apiece, but they are very well made.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Then
There you go. That will at least get you bypassing that resistance.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
just one of those.
At least on the main hand.
Yeah.
Cool,
Everyone
cool.
ready to go grab our suitcased friend and drag him off to his most likely cell?
I suppose we must. I suppose we must.
All right.
I mean,
Oh.
yeah, we can.
So they're out then.
So when you say suitcased friend, I am assuming you mean Amric, who you left
Emmerich,
back at your
yes.
ship, correct?
Yes.
Yep. And we
Yep.
had what's called manacled him like a suitcase.
Yep. Returning to the ship, you do see all the guards that you had left in place. You see several Hell Riders, not wearing their Hell Rider attire, in very casual
Out of
clothes. Some
uniform.
even dressed as dock workers to kind of subtly blend in a little bit. But they definitely take notice of you as you approach and nod. Making your way into the ship itself, you do find that currently Rhea and Tarina, who you had kind of left in charge, are sitting at the small table that's in the captain's quarters. There is a full roasted chicken and sitting between them, and a couple of bottles of half-drunk wine, half-filled glasses still there as they're kind of, enjoying a nice meal and laughing, giggling with each other with flirtatious eye. But as you kind of walk in, you hear Rhea kind of and straighten herself, moving Tarina's hand away, like, quit, they're looking. You know what I mean? But she jumps to her feet immediately. What has happened? Did you find anything?
Yeah, he pulls out, was it whatchamacallit, her was it Vantaper's signet ring, her the one that he got from her, and just flicks it over to Rhea.
He snatches it, taking a look at it. This is of the Duke. Assume she has been disposed of?
In a sense,
She's in
she's
custody.
in custody with some pretty good evidence sorted up. We're about to be heading that way. I would honestly suggest getting the boat out onto, at least onto the water slightly, just in case they're not too happy with pointing at this, insignia that he actually put back on his chest, the Hell Riders, of us doing what we did, even with all the evidence.
I can see the wisdom in this. I'm less worried about it myself. Let them come after me, I wish. But what of the most important part? Did we find her connection? Did she really have something to do with El Torel? And did you hear anything about Davius? He was supposed to be there.
Ugh. We
Yeah.
found Davius.
Mm-hmm.
Where is he? I want to put the blade in on myself.
But
You might be
it's a
doing them a
long-
favor.
Yeah, but it's a long story. You ever wondered why he lived so long?
I did not know. I mean, we're aware that he was older, but I did not know exactly how old.
About 200. If not mistaken,
That,
if I'm
that definitely
remembering the
catches
story
her
correctly.
attention. She doesn't even really realize it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He was telling us a story about whenever it was El Trail was overrun with vampires. He made some sort of prayer. Something came out. Was basically reached out to him and said that she is what he said. She could deal with it and protect the city as long as when the time comes, he can. She can drag the city basically into the blood war. Is the sort of gist of it, and that's where the second son came from.
Yeah. Yeah. As far as all that goes, let's see. This is Zariel. I know the stories that
Not
they
Zariel.
tell of Zariel.
Zariel, not Zariel.
I'm sorry.
I am aware of who she is. We all know the stories. I may have heard the story a little differently. Um, what was his name? Trying to remember, who was your original commander? Um,
Uh,
damn, I can't remember that
do
guy's
it.
name. Lightword.
Gideon.
Gideon
Gideon.
Lightword. Thank you.
Yep.
Gideon had passed down story to me quite some time ago. Told me that, well, and I'm going to begin reading this out of directly out of the book. It was over a century past when the great troubles began. Fiends had roamed the lands of the north and west of Elturel. Fields were despoiled, livestock slaughtered, homes razed, and people dragged off to terrible and knowable fates. Terror had gripped the hearts of all of the citizens, but the city's cavalry had rode across the land, striking down fiends where they found them, and suffering fearful losses. But it was never enough, as it seemed. For every fiend they destroyed, it seemed as though two more had appeared somewhere else. The ruler of Elturel, the High Rider at the time, Gideon, was amongst them. He had asked the people to pray to the gods for aid, calling upon Tyr and Torm, as known to do, but to everyone's astonishment, a mighty angel appeared in the city. She entered the city upon the next day, and her name was Zariel. That's where I know the name from. It means companion of light in native tongue, in celestial. It seemed as if the prayers of Elturel had come and been answered, but Zariel located a gate that was nearby Elturel, which fiends were entering our world. And on the fields, it was among the fields of the dead to the west of the city. Zariel declared that she was to lead a cavalry into Avernus. She had raised a small militia or army, destroying the infernal host that was amassing in the area, and to strike back at the forces of darkness. Well, the High Riders sent out riders of Elturel along with Gideon himself, now numbering many thousands by this point, with Zariel at their head. She rode upon a golden mastodon. With a great cry, Zariel and her army charged through the gates. Legions of Avernus trembled and buckled, but sadly, the part that little people know is that it did not falter. Many people know the story of how we rode into hell and rode back out, but little do they know that the legions of Avernus, they overwhelmed Zariel, and she was defeated. The remnants of her army, those Hell Riders who remained, Gideon, returned to Elturel, overcome with grief of the loss of their glorious general, but confident that they had done enough damage to hold the forces at bay, and after that none came through that gate any further, that the lords of the Nine Hells themselves might feel threatened by Elturel. There was great celebrations and festivals, and that's the story you know. They were given the name Hell Riders as an alma mater, but the truth was that it was not quite so. So, if Zariel has somehow survived this time, she would most certainly be a part of this. She would be involved. Still don't understand. Where is he? I would love to talk to him myself. I would love to beat the shit out of him myself.
He's currently in custody. We're about to head that way, and I don't think you caught certain what I said. I didn't say, to destroy the city. She said to bring the city into the blood war. After a certain amount of time, whenever she would call upon him. That's what he told us.
It is indeed interesting. If that's the case, there may still be hope yet, but I need to speak with him myself or be present for the interrogation. So we're supposed to be going to meet?
The guard said turn ourselves in, so I don't know how well that's gonna go, but
I would like to see them hold me. She turns to Tarina, and she says, I am sure you can handle the ship. Tarina smiles, kind of out of the corner of her mouth. Oh, yes. Not a problem, my love. I could take it out, sure. Make sure that none of these other individuals are bothered. Go take care of what you need to. I'll be here waiting when you return. And Rhea immediately just starts, like, grabbing up stuff. She's, like, ready to go with you, more or less. You know what I mean? Yep. But, yeah, one of the things, of course, that she grabs is the set of manacles that have, Amric bound, like a suitcase. And she literally just throws them over her shoulder, swinging underneath. Well, you know what I mean?
He's got to be cramping so bad.
Oh, surely. It is not my problem. You ready to go? After me.
Yeah, also.
And she makes her way out the door. She intentionally bumps his head against the door frame.
Hey, as they start to walk, he looks over the Vanderil looks over the Ray and is like, remember when I told you that we're still out there killing demons?
I do.
It pulls out his his holy symbol necklace again, showing like 3 more different teeth on there with like 12 more notches. I got a few more. We got a few more.
The story of the Hellraiders may not be true, but we can bring glory back to them if we work hard at this. Your words have taken me, and I think that we should pursue this, especially if there's a chance. If what you're saying is true, and the city may still exist, might be able to reclaim it, save those people. All hope may not be lost just yet.
It is possible.
I am glad to hear this. And yeah, she seems actually exhilarated, like rejuvenated by the sheer idea. You know what I mean? Like she had been kind of really beating herself up. We're thinking like the place I was, spent my whole life training to protect is gone, and it was at my, while I was on guard. So the thought that there may still be some salvage, to this operation, she seems to have gotten a little bit of wind back under her sails. Tarina, of course, does agree. You hear her step out, and as soon as she steps onto the main deck, as you guys are stepping off, she begins yelling at all of the Hell Riders that were there with you. All right, men, stock up on the ships, you on the rigs, and immediately she is a totally different person. You see the pirate that she used to be shine through. She's very commanding, and the Hell Riders, unsure of what's going on, just kind of shit. Somebody's giving orders. Go, you know what I mean, and take off immediately to do what she says, without even a moment's hesitation. Just the commanding voice that she offers, and by the time that you are making your way up the steep, back towards the city itself, you can see the ship sailing out of the harbor. At least to get it off the dock far enough to where they are all safe in the meantime. But the 5 of you, with Rhea in tow, the 6 altogether, 7 if you count Amric, begin making your way towards the High Hall. So the High Hall, I believe, is on this map somewhere. Yeah, it's located right there. Let's see if I can get this right. There it is. So it's back in the upper city, and like I said, as you're making your way up the steeps, you see the boat taking off. As you make your way to the High Hall itself, there is a massive crowd gathered. You have no trouble getting through the gates. It is almost as if your description has been passed out, and guards immediately step aside when you come carrying Amric through. There is a large crowd that is gathered around the high hall. Apparently, word, bad gas travels fast in a small town, right? So word has gotten around that something big has happened. And as people see you carrying Rhea carrying Amric like a suitcase through the streets, you know what I mean? People just spread, and you hear murmurs, hushed whispers, a lot of different things that, people are saying along the way. But let's see. Make sure I got this right. Yeah, you are led into a grand hall, a very open room where you were then immediately kind of taken to the side where there's a smaller side chamber. And you see, this is by smaller side chamber, it's still a very large, vaulted ceiling room. And all three, Thirstwell, Fabius Krieg, and Thalamra are already sat in chairs to one side that have been more or less manacled and bolted to the floor to prevent any, escape. Amric is handed off to a guard who places him in a fourth chair, and in an so there's the row of chairs, and in front of the row is yet again another like iron gate that is really making sure these guys aren't going anywhere as far as that goes. And they're placed inside. The gate is locked, so they are in the room present, but definitely not going anywhere. You would see Commander Zodge, which I don't know if you guys have actually met him previously to this. Well, yeah, I know that you did. I don't know if anyone else did because you helped them
Yeah,
get
no, they did because we
around.
got. Yeah, exactly.
If we
Yeah,
have not met him.
That's what I was thinking. I don't think anyone had actually met him yet. Commander Zodge is a very barrel-chested man with dark hair, dark beard that you do see is starting to salt and pepper quite a bit as some gray hairs are starting to shine through on the beard. He has a very stern face, a scar coming down one side of the face where you can tell that he has seen his fair share of battles. But he does immediately kind of try to take control of the situation. So, you're the Hell Riders I've been hearing so much about.
Yeah, that would be us. Ben will
That would
stick his
be
hand
them.
out for, stick his hand out for a handshake, just like try to be cordial.
He takes a look at the hand, sits, kind of maintains his stern face, and then actually just walks away, kind of like just shrugs it off, like he didn't even acknowledge it.
Hello, Dick.
And he steps up towards Rhea. I believe we've already had our discussions. And kind of keeps walking down the line. He's more or less like pacing in front of you, like a drill sergeant trying to intimidate new recruits in a lot of way. And he would say, so, based off what you brought in, you've apprehended not just any duke, but potentially the next Grand Duke of the city, an entire family, and an old man that's responsible for allegedly a city being disappeared. Please, somebody explain this to me. And her cat. And you actually see her face look up for a second, and then sees like the cat chilling be on the shoulder of the rogue of Numo with the nice little owlbear hat on, and he's just like chewing on an eyeball, looking content. You know what I mean? And just again, she just puts her head back down, like, damn it. Even the one thing I had in this world, you have betrayed me as well. But yeah, Commander Zodge paces back and forth. Well, unless somebody's got any good hard evidence, I would like to know why I should even hear this And at that moment, you hear doors buckle open, and kind of like a couple of murmurs and voices from several of the guards. You hear the clanking of steel and metal, like suits of armor being walked in, and he is interrupted And as he turns around, what's the meaning of this? You see two guards that are in very nice armor, not Hellrider, but Flaming Fist attired, that spread apart and, take to each flank. And behind them, you see a woman. Let me see if I can get you an image here. If I can.
This dude keeps throwing females at us like we're able to date them.
She'd walk in, Vanderbilt would slightly sort of bow, like his head slightly just towards her.
Nice.
Wait,
This is
hang
the
on,
woman.
let's see what she looks like.
Yeah, this is the woman here. So if you scroll down a little bit.
There, don't bow for no one.
There you go. This woman, she's got a very high collar around. She's got this, kind of white a cloak that is strapped and pinned with the insignias and the Flaming Fist crest emblazoned into the metal working of her outfit. And she says, I think that will probably be about enough. As she more or less interrupts whatever it is that Zodge had to say.
Would I know
So your
her?
meeting with Zodge is interrupted by the arrival of several Flaming Fist mercenaries clad in plate armor. From behind the wall of steel and swords steps an armored woman with a white cloak and graying hair. And as she approaches, she would say, "Are these the maniacs who've stirred up every nest of rats in this godforsaken city?"
But with a very large smile, I would just nod.
Like,
Do I
Allegedly.
recognize the woman by
yes, we
chance?
are. That's funny. You would hear Zodge go, Commander Porter, I was told you wouldn't be in Baldur's Gate for at least another 10 day. That's what the city's government wanted you to think, Captain. And as she kind of very pointedly throws Captain in there, showing her, status as commander. But turning to you, Van Roy, she kind of turns around, looks at the rest of the party, actually, in general. Well, I trust you've been adequately compensated?
I mean, he was more interrogating us, but that's if you count that as compensation.
She would look towards Zodge with kind of a disgruntled face, a little upset.
Oh God.
Have you not the wits, Zodge, to realize what has happened? Apparently, I'm the only one that's actually looked at the evidence here. And she does begin pulling out, or one of her guards actually would do it for her, would begin laying out some of the items that you had found kind of along the way. Papers and books and notes, rituals that she had kind of scrawled down, dark, like a couple of the cloaks of the cultists, things like that. Obviously,
I'm still wearing
these...
the cloak.
Right.
You would have taken off by now, probably.
Did I?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess. We mentioned it, but I'll assume competence in this one that you probably did.
Yeah.
I mean.
But
Or
yeah,
one of us would have been like, take it off.
I
Yeah,
assume
probably.
competence in everybody else. Let me put it that way.
Thanks, gee.
No problem. But yeah, she kind of throws out there, if you can't see by now that she was up to no good, then you must be blind. More than that, we have these individuals to thank for clearing our streets of these cultists that you swore that they were handled. Yet I've seen these individuals bring in nearly over 24 bodies in the last week. And she is definitely demeaning this individual, kind of, as she does.
We have.
I will ensure you'll... Oh, go ahead.
But we have a few bodies of demons. Points over to Maxwell. It's like, if you want to,
Right.
see those ones as well. I mean,
That will be all right. I've seen enough of the carnage that you've brought to the city. Don't get me wrong, I don't love the trouble that you've created, but the outcome outweighs the burden of the cleanup. And as she does, she says, I will ensure that you're rewarded for your deeds here, and I also assure that no trouble will befall you under my watch. As she kind of throws a look towards Zaj, as I am now the acting commander in Gideon's absence. And you see,
Sarge
you know,
just got put in his place.
yeah, you see Zaj definitely take a serious step down. She say, please forgive me. My name is Liara Porter, daughter of the Porter family, as in Duke Porter. I apologize it took me so long to get here, but Schultz is quite a bit away. But I came as soon as I was requested. I've heard there's a great deal of things that we need to work on within the city, but I feel that you and your companions here have done quite the job to help us out. Sorry, I'm trying to get all my exposition out of the way just so you guys can talk here. But Rhea at this point would actually be the one to step up and say, Commander Porter, I appreciate your thanks, but I am truly here to find what has happened to my city. She says, as am I, dear. Think we can get to the bottom of this together. Zaj, if you could go get me an ale and a chicken. I am famished after that time on the road, please. And he just, like, looks dumbfounded, like, are you fucking kidding me? Did you just ask me to go get... He puts his head down and walks out of the room, knowing better after a second. Leaving you, a handful, 2 or 3 guards that belonged directly to Liara, yourselves, and the prisoners. As the doors kind of close behind, says, there, now that we have a moment of peace, we can continue with this conversation. I'm sure that you have as many questions for these individuals as I do.
Yeah. I could say that's a fair guess.
And you actually see that Rhea, you know, kind of is already slowly edging her way towards the cell where they're kind of kept and just staring daggers through Thabius. But she waits for you guys to kind of, you know, offer up anything. If you have any questions for them, this would be your time. But otherwise, as far as what's transpired here, I feel that we've found more than sufficient evidence to assume that she was in league with these demonic entities or devils or fiends, whatever you want to call them. And it seems that she, as well as Thabius here, had a great deal in part to play with the fall of your good city. I always admired Alterel. Good people, strong character. Gideon was a bit of a pain in my ass, but in a good way. Either way, if you have any questions to ask, feel free to do so, but I think that we can prove their corruption enough to deal with anything there. You'll have no trouble from Zaj or any of us.
Miss Van Zamper, we
Lamro
would like to
looks
know.
up.
We would like to know. You deal in demons and devils. You must have a patron in the dark arts. Who is it that you are working for or working on behalf of?
Gotcha. She would kind of look at you with like a shitty face, just upset, you know what I mean? She's been beaten, bound,
Yeah.
and gagged and everything else, but as she kind of looks up at you, she says, my only deeds were to this city.
I'll be
Think
standing
of the-
right next to him and just wave my hand like,
Right. Oh yeah, she definitely scowls. She says, think of all the good I've done for the people of this wretched hellhole. I only wish I could have done it sooner. My patronage is, I guess she would probably say none of your concern, but go ahead and give me a persuasion check to try and con it out of her. Either way. Persuasion or intimidation, whatever you're more into. Alejandro.
Let's do persuasion.
Yeah, she
wouldn't
tries-
it be advantage because I'm standing right next to him?
Yeah, absolutely it would. That is very true.
Yeah. I was
So
going
can
to
we
see
go ahead and roll that
if
with
I-
advantage?
Because like, Dude, I heard the bitch.
Yeah.
16.
16.
Yeah. I was
16's
gonna-
enough.
Yeah,
Go
I was gonna
ahead,
say
sorry.
while she was talking, just to make sure she's telling the truth. I was gonna you roll the insight, determining if she's lying with my new ring.
Ah, very, very well. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to jump in on it, anyone else can also insight this for sure. Yeah.
21.
But as she does reply, you would hear her say, "Fools, if you only knew it's not me that's trying to bring rot to ruin. I only meant to do what needed to be done. Service, and proud service, of the archdevil Zariel." She kind of throws out, kind of a pride in it, more or less. She says, "You want to know real power, unlike this city's ever seen. She would have brought it to us. She would have taken care of us. Hate to see what you fools will do with it now." But those of you that rolled, and we got 21, 23, yeah, I think you guys would know that she's pretty much telling the truth. All the evidence supports it, everything. So she's coming clean at this point. She has no reason to hide it anymore. There's probably enough paperwork to cover it. But yeah, you convince her to confess her crimes, more or less. And I think at that point, too, Liara would even say, "Well, that was quite an easy confession. What about you, Thavius?" And that's where you'd actually hear Rhea kind of cut her off. "Yeah, what about you? What have you done? You were supposed to protect our people." Kind of getting very aggressive. Just she's trying to reach through the bars but can't get a hold of them. You know what I mean? "I give my life in service. And for what? For what?" And you actually would see as he kind of looks up at her, and he just apologizes. I'm sorry. I had no idea I would ever live to see the day." Kind of an explanation, as you guys had found out. He had his reasons, but I only meant to protect those people. I didn't know. And she says, "You've not protected anyone. You've killed them." Kind of just really giving him hell, as far as that goes. But he almost just like puts his head down. And as he does, I think, Alejandro, this might be the first time you see it. As he kind of puts his head down, you see a little bit behind him. You're catching a little bit of the candlelit reflection, and you now see that same kind of amorphous blob shape with tiny little wings and spiked head that kind of comes off of his shadow. He casts a very strangely demonic shadow that is probably pretty noticeable in this small lit, candlelit chamber. But of course, his actual appearance is just that of an old man. But yeah, I think at this point, Rhea just looks. She says, "Where are they? What have you done? How do we save the city?" And he just looks at her and says, "There's nothing that we can do. I've done all I can. Zariel has claimed her prize, and I didn't know. I didn't know." He just kind of just keep repeating himself at that point. But if you guys have any questions, feel free. She's just going to keep screaming at him otherwise.
Maxwell's
Very
just
well.
enjoying the show.
Fair enough.
I would look over to Porter, sort of stick for a second time now. This time to her, stick his hand out for like a a firm handshake.
She does. She immediately will lock arms with you, give you a solid, kind of soldier's greeting.
I do have one question of you. What do you think? What are you planning to do with Fabius?
I have yet to decide, if I'm being truthful. Don't know what I should do with any of them. personally, they should probably rot in cells beneath the city. But the damage that they have wrought could be more disastrous than even we see yet. I'm less concerned about what to do with these individuals who have clearly met the end of their destruction and try to prevent whatever destruction is coming next. If she had any intentions on bringing this city to ruin as that of El Terrell, there may be others that have the same misguided, intentions. But
I motioned
what
to
would
the
you
paladin.
suggest?
I
Sorry, go
motioned
ahead.
to the paladin to try and get him to come over to speak with me.
Oh, yeah.
One moment, my lady, as he sort of nods his head
Of course.
The
and walks
seer.
over to. Yes.
The seer. He casts a demonic shadow. There is something he is hiding.
I've already tried to sense. He's There's no infernal presence on him. I think it might be part of the pact that he had. That box, it goes into a very small like whisper. That box that we have, they believe that it might be the original pact that he made. We have a few people that might know how to open it in Candle Keep, if I'm not mistaken, or at least some people here that were captured that were looking for it.
I see. Is it possible to exercise him? Thaddeus, I think he knows more than he speaks.
I mean, have prepared Zone of Truth today. I could try. I don't know. I mean,
Definitely something you could use. Real quick, Sir Gibret, thank you so much for the subscription, man. Another Prime sub. Super appreciate that. Thank you very much. Also, I had just mentioned I recently added some new subscriber benefits for you guys. So when you guys do subscribe, I want to make sure you're getting a few extra things. If you would like to give away an advantage to somebody, let me know who it is, and we'll give an advantage to one of the players. Appreciate that, man. Super appreciate it. Slobber chops. I should have knew that was coming.
That's the
Yep, Slobber chops now has an advantage in the bank. I'll keep it in mind.
another one.
Also, I'm working on getting it updated, but for our vampire game on Wednesdays, I'm letting everyone that gets a subscription add a piece of evidence to one of the rumors too. So if that interests you, feel free to check that out on our World Amble page. I'll get the info out there for that. Yeah, cool. And one for Nemo too, because yeah, Goonies got subscribed at the beginning too, as well. So thank you guys, thank you both. All right, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But yeah, as far as that goes, you did do some kind of detective work on the shadow before. You like checked his actual physical form. It's that of an old man. It's not like an illusion that he's casting. But more or less, I would think after you've both had a little bit of time, go ahead and give me a religion check. You and Sariel can roll, or one of you can roll with advantage, whichever, whatever's better for you.
Serial, why don't you roll with advantage?
yeah, that probably
There
be
you
the
go.
best.
You want
Yeah.
me to roll with
Yes, because
Roll
I'm a
with
0 in religion.
Nice.
I've got a +3.
As
I
far
got
as
a +1.
As far as our
okay.
subscribers go, give me a couple of days, and I'll make sure to get a way to more easily allow you to send these things in. But yeah, I feel like for every month that you guys are subscribed, you should get a couple of rewards beyond just access to our subscriber only. I want to give you a couple of free things for our in-game as well. So give me a day, or
Well, if
give me
you
till
have
next week, and I'll find a way to make that a little easier to send me that info. But yeah, definitely something I want to do is to give you guys more subscriber rewards.
If you have a +3, then you should fucking roll.
I mean, probably you, Alejandro. Roll with advantage since you
Okay,
have
so I'll
the
roll
highest
with
out levels. Yeah.
Yeah, I only got a +1, so I'm not that smart in my religion shit.
Okay, got a 15.
Okay. With a 15, I think that's probably enough. you more or less believe, much like kind of what Vanro had already said, it's not that it's actually his shadow, but it's a reflection of his soul being projected outwards. He has though his life has been magically sustained, where that he could live out to see the ruin of the decision that he had made, in truth, his soul has already been given away to demonic entity, more or less. If he were to die, you believe that in hell he would come back as a demon. You know what I mean? Like he would be banished to the hells. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
It's a reflection of his soul, you know what I mean, but not actually himself, but more or less just a cruel twist of irony, that a political figure has to hide something like that, along with living 200 years or 150 years past what he expected. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's been a bit of a shitstorm for him, but yeah, that you don't think that it actually has any like there's not like a demon inside, there's not anything, but just more or less that his soul is now that of, I believe it's a Lemure, Lemure,
Yeah.
Lemure. If I remember correctly, it's like a big fat demon with little tiny wings. You know what I mean?
It's like a just he's like
But yeah,
Think of it as amorphous mass of demon.
maybe that's not the right one then. I might not have the right one. I'd have to look it up. But there's a
No,
specific.
devils are lemurs. Demons are mains.
Yeah, this is probably what it is. But anyhow, that's the case. It's just that he's a devilish entity has kind of taken over. But yeah.
How about was it? Let's see. Do you think we should take him with us? He could prove useful in trying to revert this.
I don't think I want to. I don't think that artifact should get back in his hands.
Oh no, I think it's just his contract, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't think he should touch it. He might be able to.
Bad idea.
Yeah, I'm talking about he might be able to give us some more insight, at least when we're at Candle Keep.
Well, we have to be responsible for him the entire way.
Yeah, I mean,
It could be something we could do.
we do have an entire ship of Hell Riders. Well, at least 5 or 6 of them. That could probably help us keep an eye on them.
At least a handful, right?
Yeah.
Yep. That would be up to you. Otherwise, essentially, Liara kind of threw it out there that, she has no problem with essentially giving them a death sentence, whether that be actual death or, rotting in a cell beneath the high hall for the rest of their lives. You know what I mean? It may be a little bit of, if you wanted to take him with you, you feel like it might take some persuasion to get her to give up a prisoner that's, been charged punished so thoroughly.
Do you mean to see if I can attempt? Looks at the few he's next to.
Kind of asking the rest of the party if you think you should.
Yeah. What do you guys think?
Yeah, up to you.
Any other
I mean,
opinions?
I'll support it that he has to come with us. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I think it would be easy to take him with us. We got tons of rope.
We got manacles. And we could probably take the ship to Candlekeep.
We definitely could.
I would say with your given insight, at least from what you've seen, you believe the frail old man is not a routine. He is a frail old man. He was a frail old man when this happened. You know what I mean? And he's just been kind of preserved since. In a world where elves live to be 1,000, humans can live upwards to 100 in some cases. I just don't think anyone noticed, you know what I mean, more or less. And with
Yeah.
his prolonged age, it wasn't necessarily that he was immediately elevated, like, oh, that's the guy that prayed and got the second son. It was more of his influence and what things he did after that with the prolonged life got him into position of power. So I don't
Yeah.
think anyone even really noticed that he wasn't aging. He just, maybe he's part elf, they don't really know.
Yeah.
It just went unnoticed, more or less. But, with the extended years, he got into a position of power. But he's still just a frailer, older man. You know what I mean? So, like, he walks with a bit of a limp. He struggles, to keep up. So as far as, like, him breaking out or running or anything like that, seasoned adventurers should be able to, handle that. The real question is whether or not you can convince Zodge, or sorry, not Zodge, but Commander Porter, that's within the best interest. But by all means, feel free.
Well, what if we took a member of the Flaming Fist with us?
Yeah, let's talk to her and see what we can get.
Okay.
Miss Porter. Sort of walks back up and bows slightly as he approaches.
Yes. I apologize. Vanrel, is it?
That'd be correct.
Yeah, yes. What can I do for you?
I would like to ask of you one thing. With what Fabius has done to our city and the potential of possibly getting the city back through some means, we have a possible way, what it seems like, with what we gathered. Very, very long story. It might be in the best interest for at least him to come with us to see if we can end up reversing this effect and possibly see if there's a way to prevent anything else like this from happening.
Takes a long, deep breath and a sigh. It would not be wise to let him roam the streets again.
Oh,
but
he wouldn't be roaming.
You're asking me to keep him in your care while you investigate the deeds. Give me a persuasion check on this one. Not with advantage, because this is, like, you'd probably get advantage from the help that you have, but disadvantage because she doesn't want to do that, you know what I mean? That's kind of, she just got this guy behind bars, you know what I mean?
I'm using my advantage token from last
Hey, there you go.
18.
Nice. Chat bought you an 18. Thank you. There you go. With an 18, she does think about it for moments. 2 or 3 minutes go by. She kind of paces the floor. You believe that he can offer insight. Further, what insight exactly do you think that he could possess? What are your next steps, I guess, would be my question. I would be more inclined to hand him over to those that would keep his custody during his imprisonment if I knew more about what your next plans were.
We plan to go to Candlekeep to research a certain item that might be the cause of, or more than likely be the cause of, what happened to El Turel, and direct relation to him. It is nothing dangerous that he can use again. I don't, from what it looks like, more just a written words. But
You are talking about the puzzle box, are you not?
Yes,
we did find records of it
correct.
among Thirstwell's possessions. It seems he was investigating it, trying to figure out how to open it, but as irritating as the little shit was, Thirstwell was a rather intelligent individual, and he was not able to make any progress. I had actually considered on investigating it myself, but El Turel was your city, Rhea. With Gideon gone, you would be next in command. And these I assume, are your high commanders. So I feel it only makes sense I can leave this to you. As far as Stalamra and her sons, they will remain our prisoners.
Of course.
But as far as the seer, Fabius is your problem. It would be agreeable to let him be taken into your custody and served Elturian justice as you see fit.
He sort of Venerable sort of looked like the only reason why the only reason why he's still walking around, at least in my my sight, would be because he has a possibility of being useful.
You will find, if you are wise, enemies can be best kept close. I've learned this myself. Also, from the years I've spent in Chult watching adventurers making their way through the jungles, adventurers can be quite handy as well. You and your group seem to have done quite well here. We do owe you a debt. I assure you, we will try to repay it best as we can. You've made a friend. If you ever need anything, you can call upon me, and I will do what I can to aid you. But I would be unwise not to try and allow you to see this through the best that you would wish. If it weren't for you, none of this may have been uncovered. Zodge kind of like disgruntledly turns back at the door. Though he is a good commander in his own way, he hasn't the brains of a titfly. Though I assume, it's probably within the best interest. I will have the guards have him bound and shackled. I'll give you good gear to transport him and a wagon to do so. But all I ask is that he's not set free within our city. If he is ever seen walking the streets of Baldur's Gate, I will have him executed.
Nodding.
Understandable.
Was it hand puts his hand back out one last time? He's like, we have a ship that we could probably get him there.
She
Better
throws
to be
out
on
her
the
hand,
water.
says, well, then I believe we have an arrangement. Also, if I could, and she kind of turns, almost subconsciously hearing the footsteps as the door opens again, and another two Flaming Fist soldiers, more dressed like her. It's a lighter garb, you know what I mean? Like, she came from Chult. If you guys don't know anything about Chult, it's like an exotic jungle. So it's a little bit lighter clothing than what, most of the Baldarians wear, things like that. But two more of her personal guard come in, and they are heaving a rather sizable chest between the two of them, and drops it down in the middle of the floor. I believe this should hopefully help suffice as payment for the reward for anyone responsible for what happened in El Terrell. I think you should find several items and coin in there that will be of use to you.
If that's filled with copper pieces, I'm gonna laugh.
Even if it were, it would still be worth a pretty penny.
Yeah, but it would just that.
And
Several
you see that
pennies.
you definitely see that Rhea is kind of just doing everything she can to restrain herself from just trying to choke this guy. She's like, God damn it, I worked my whole life to be a soldier for you and you screwed me. But she's trying her best to contain herself and doing a decent enough job. But at this, go ahead.
I would say it looks back and just goes, "Please don't kill him yet." Yet being the key word.
She would actually just walk by you and say, "Yet," but then catches her eye on that chest and says, "But for now, I want to see what's in here." And she kind of goes over and peeks at it, and taps on the top of it. Should we open it here, or
Do you guys
either
mind
way,
if we?
is there any? anything else that we need to do here, or should we head out to wherever we head next?
I mean, let's see what we got in there and see if there's anything else we could buy around here. But if there's nothing else that we need, and then we should probably head out.
Yeah. But
But
nice. But yeah, that's as far as Commander Porter goes. She has, just to save some time, you guys have brought plenty enough evidence to convict this situation. You have been completely absolved of any crimes or anything like that that may have come from attacking a city official, because the city official was
Burning
proved to be
down.
doing things nefarious.
burning down a tavern or
There has not been mention of it. By all means, if you want to tell her you did it, go for it.
Oh,
but I
no.
don't think she's
No.
put those two pieces together yet. Luckily, Captain Zodge isn't the smartest, as she said. So that is the two things have not been put together yet.
we should probably get here before they are.
Just maybe.
All right, let's see what we got in this little thing here. Moxham sort of kicks it. You want to take a look in here and sort of flaunt it in front of our few friends that we just sort of took everything, ripped their entire lives from.
I might as well see what it's got.
Yeah,
Let's take a look at what it has.
let them see what they were worth. Just sort of.
Absolutely. Popping open the trunk, you find that there is about 500. Let me see if I'm doing the math right. Is 500 platinum pieces would be 5,000 gold, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, am I getting that right? Okay. So 5,000 gold. So in platinum, you'd find 500 platinum pieces inside. You would find 3 potions of healing. As far as that goes, one of the awesome things about our tier 3 subscribers is they get a random potion. So we'll throw that in there on behalf of Darkblade here, because I was just reminding him of his advantages. Let's see, what else would be inside of this chest? I didn't have an actual list. It just said money on the thing, but I want to give you a little bit more than that. So what I'll go ahead and do is I'll go ahead and throw in a random spell scroll as well. And who does not have a +1 weapon? Who still has no +1s or magics or anything?
The only thing I have is a magical talking sheet.
All right, what type of weapon do you
If
carry?
someone else gets it, just a longsword. I think does everyone else have a magical +1 weapon now?
I have one I created with my infusions.
Right.
Okay, yeah, then I'd
Now,
be the
do
only
you still
one.
use a regular weapon with the
Yeah, just a
infusion, or
regular-
do you completely create
Yeah.
it yourself?
No, it's a regular weapon that I add infusion to.
Make it a
Which makes it
+1.
magical.
Both of you guys can find your +1s. So
Alright.
whatever weapon you typically carry, you find a +1 version of it for the 2 that are remaining. You know what I mean? That seems fair. This way we can get you guys ready to get ready for what comes next, so to speak. So now, I know yours kind of already bypassed magic resistance, but you get a +1 on it now. So everybody should have a +1. Like I said, as far as random potion, Darkblade said he'll throw in his random potion. So let me go ahead and roll for that on our Ko-Fi shop here. I'm trying to remember. Let me actually pull it up. So random potion. Let's do this. Does somebody? I tell you what, Alejandro, you've been gone for a
Yes.
couple of days. Can you roll a d20 for me, sir?
Absolutely.
Oh god, we're all gonna
Awesome.
die.
Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to get more subscriber benefit. You know what I mean? I really want to say thank you to all you people that have been subscribing. Like, if it wasn't for you guys, seriously, we wouldn't be able to keep the lights on
Oh,
right
yeah,
here. So,
14.
all right. You find a potion of heroism inside of there, along with the 3 health healing potions.
Nice.
Yeah, so a potion of heroism. I don't remember what it actually does. You might have to look that up.
Yeah, I think it like, gives you like immunity to fear and like a +5 health.
Right,
Like,
something like yeah, I think
+5 maximum
so.
health.
And
I know
Nemo,
the
you haven't had much talk. Roll a d20 for me.
I know the spell has a duration to it. I don't know about the potion.
Got ya. Did you catch that, Numo?
Yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can go.
if you could roll a random d20 for me as well. 6. You also find a scroll that has the Cure Wounds spell on it inside of that box.
We
So
have
yeah,
so much healing.
you find 2+1 swords or whatever, items it is that you use. I forget exactly what it is. 3 potions of healing, regular
Healer now.
2d4 plus 2s. You find a scroll of Cure Wounds, first level, and you find a potion of heroism inside of the box. And thanks to our subscribers, Sir Givrit, Slobberchops now has an advantage, and Darkblade, if you want to, you can hand out yours as well. Numo, you got one from Goonie Bones, in case you didn't hear that earlier, so you do have an advantage from him.
Yeah.
And yeah, Darkblade, you got the tier 3 sub, so if you want to, you can give away 5. You can give 1 to everybody, or give them to whoever you want. Let me know in like a DM, and that, or whatever, and I'll get it to them. All right, cool. Got all that out of the way. Roll to see. Interesting. Well, that's why I put the potion just in the box. They can sort that out. But yeah, we can also do some dice rolls to see who gets the advantages, if that's what you mean. But anyway, you guys are kind of left to your own devices as far as that goes. Let me see. All right, gotcha. There was 5 of them. Let me roll 5d6. We'll re-roll on a 6, but I'm literally going to go in order: Alejandro, Maxwell, Numo, Sariel, etc. You know what I mean? All right, so Alejandro gets 1. Sariel gets 2.
Oh, dear Lord.
These are advantages. So, yeah, 6 is for me. I like it. So I get 1. Good call. I always need 1. So Alejandro, you get 1. Maxwell, you get 1. Sariel, you get 2 advantages. And remember, you guys can always, use them on other individuals' rolls. I always allow that to happen if you want to give it to somebody else. But it's in your stockpile. It's in your pool. Yeah, 6 for Kevin. I like that idea. I got 1. I actually think I have 3 now total. So I got a few stacked up in case I need them. I haven't been using mine.
That's fine. You got 3, I got 6. I can counter you.
Nice. But yeah. Cool. By like I said, but guys, again, by next week, I'll try to find a way to make it a little bit easier. The problem is I want to cover subscribers for both the Ko-Fi shop and Twitch, and I want to make sure that you're both getting the same benefits, you know what I mean? But just, I don't know how to have you input that to me. I can see your badge. Just as long as I get a DM from you, I know you're a subscriber, I'll get it. But yeah, I'll post the info on that in the subscriber area on Discord later tonight. But cool. Yeah, you guys are able to leave. You're actually given a royal escort, by the way. As you make your way out of the High Hall, townsfolk have gathered 3 blocks in all directions, kind of trying to figure out what's going on. Is it true? Is the Lammer really in league with the demons and devils? I always knew it. She was never any good. You hear a lot of raised voices and things like that. I always did like Emmerich. He was kind of cute. Shut up, woman. You know what I mean? You got to hear a bunch of arguments amongst the general populace. But you guys are given, like I said, a kind of a royal escort. The guards are pushing people as you make your way out. 2 of them are carrying your chest for you. As well as you are escorting between the lot of you, Thavius Krieg. As you are, there are several eggs and potatoes and cabbages that get thrown and slam into them before you're finally able to get, about 50 feet away from the main door. You're able to get inside of the wagon that they've provided. And it's like a paddy wagon type thing. So it's got a box on the back with bars. You can put him inside. You can fit as many of you guys inside as you want, as well as your chest is put in there with all of your loot, and you're driven away to wherever it is that you want to go. Were you heading back to your ship?
I mean,
It's in the middle of the ocean. How do you contact it?
Well, I mean, we just go back to where it was at and flag it down. We said just go a little bit offshore.
That is fair.
We can send the
We're
pilot.
not complying. We
We can
can.
send the pilot boats out to it.
Yeah,
You would
that or-
actually, as you're having this discussion, you would hear Rhea say, "It's not to worry. I think she can see us."
Yeah.
And you would actually see her rub her ear a little bit and mutter something under her breath. Who has the high passive perception in this group?
I have
No,
a
Van Roll
15.
has 15. I
15.
think, I
Yeah.
think
11.
you got 16? Okay. I think
15.
Sariel, 15s. I think with 15, both you two would kind of overhear. She whispers in a very tiny little voice, Tarina, if you could bring the ship back. We're pulling up now. And as she pulls her hand back, you realize that she's got a set of earrings that she didn't have previously, with like a little red gem inside of it, and it's kind of a two-way communicator that Tarina may have given her.
I just look
Nice.
over to her like, I want that. That's cool. Just like, that's cool.
It was a gift, but it has proven useful. Rather not talk about it. And she just kind of goes on, like she gets a little red faced,
So,
a little embarrassed,
she whisper-
doesn't want to talk about
was
it.
she whispering anything in your ear while we? This is like why we were leaving. Sitting there as we
Remember,
were
I
just
am
waiting there.
still your commander and can kill you. She says
Ah.
as she kind of walks away.
I don't know. I have the school shield now. I don't know. As she walks away.
Speaking of which, we do need to talk about this shield.
Yeah,
do
yeah, we
not
do. We
trust
really
it.
do. I don't either. I just sort of look down the shield. You know, I still don't trust you, right? Like it. You know.
You should always trust me.
Well, I mean, that doesn't. That you wouldn't speak to anybody else when I asked you
You
to.
think you would
Like, why-
recognize? You think you would recognize your own?
No, I actually recognized the opposite when I looked at you the first time, so that's a little bit concerning.
Fair enough. Real quick though, since it is 10:56, I kind of tried to stretch that till we got that part done and out of the way. So we're a little bit late on our break, but if you guys want, I still want to go ahead and take like a quick 10-minute break. We'll keep it tight 10. Real
Alright.
quick, just so we can get in a break and use the restroom and things like that. Sorry for going a little long without taking it. Usually I like to get it about an hour ago, but either way, we're going to go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. We'll be right back. This way it gives time for you guys all to go to the restroom, do anything you need to do. Again, thank all of you guys. Let me see here. Let me get a list pulled up. As far as that goes, Sir Giverick, Goonie Bones, Gothica, Subpart RP for the follow. Abby for the follow. But yeah, thank you for all the subscriptions and donations and Ko-Fi purchases. You know what I mean? Like, that really does help us keep this whole thing running. Like, you know, that $5 sub might not seem like a ton, but when you add a couple of them together, it helps us pay our internet bill. You know what I mean? So that we can keep this production rolling, and I really appreciate it from all you guys. If you haven't already, this is a great chance while we're taking our break. Head over to the Ko-Fi shop. Check out all the cool stuff that we got there. If you guys are subscribers, you can always come into the subscriber area of our Discord after these games. I usually hang out in there for about an hour, answer any questions that you got, behind the scenes stuff, be a part of the community, all that good stuff. But also, I'm always up to new suggestions for other things you'd like to see on the Ko-Fi shop. So, you know, if you got if you're in the subscriber area, you know, drop a message. Let me know what you're interested in. You know, all those things. I'm always happy to take suggestions. There's even a suggestions tab in the subscriber area of the Discord. But yeah, we're gonna go take a quick 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10:10 Eastern time. At least that's my time. So 10 minutes from now. Go grab a restroom break, grab a snack, grab a sandwich, come back, finish out the game with us. We got about another hour to go. Make sure to check out the Ko-Fi shop. And if you haven't already, drop a subscription. It's worth it. As you guys see, these guys get a lot of benefits for those subscriptions now. It's something I've been meaning to do for a long time and just wanted to get out there. But we'll be back here in 10 minutes, guys. Until then, hang tight. Alrighty. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you, guys. Thank you for giving us a couple of minutes to use the restroom, whatever we need to do there. We've all snacked up and, taken our breaks, but we're ready to finish another hour or so of D&D here. So hopefully you're ready to jump in and join us. Again, thank you again for all the people that, subscribed during this episode. I really appreciate you guys. Like I said, I just want to make sure to keep saying it. Keep an eye on the Discord, and I'll get you more information on how to access all the subscriber benefits. But let's jump into it. All right. So you guys had just returned back to your ship, which after Rhea using her, what do they call that? Sending stone, more or less. She has an earring version of a sending stone. It looks like two like sapphires. That's a red, right? No, rubies.
Yeah.
Two like ruby gemstones that are set into her earrings. She whispers into one, and the ship begins making its way back through.
Hey.
Oh, Sir Gibrid, thank you. Thank you. Hey, cool. Got one in Distal's place. That's awesome. That's another streamer. If you guys haven't checked them out too. They've rated us a couple times, and I appreciate them, but I think we stream at the same time, so it makes it hard. But yeah, cool, man. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that. But yeah, let's go ahead and jump back right into it. Awesome. Let's go. So yeah, you return to the ship. The ship pulls up, and as the ship approaches, and the Hell Riders on board finally see, and they've been kind of left out of the loop as what's going on, but they see that you're holding Fabius in chains. You know what I mean? As you're taking him out of this wagon, carrying, the two soldiers, the two Flaming Fist mercenaries that were there with him, carrying this chest to bring it on board the ship for you. They bring it up, set it down on top. They don't go inside or anything. But yeah, they both drop the chest, and if there's anything else that you need, Commander Porter has told us to be at your disposal. I'm sure you know how to reach us.
I do.
Thank you for what you did. I know that things have been
You
a bit
are
of a
most
mess lately,
welcome.
but we come with Porter from Chult, and I assure you she'll get it under control. Been a good commander.
Good.
They both nod their heads, make their way back to that wagon, and then take off with that wagon. But the Hell Riders are kind of all gathered around, like, what is going on? Is that Fabius Krieg, like our High Overseer of Ultrael, or what's going on? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bertram, I believe was his name, the kind of dawdling individual that Alejandro was friends with. Kind of pops up, him and Lily, the female guard that he is kind of hooked up with, are both kind of awestruck and looking towards Alejandro, since they know you best or whatever. What is the meaning of this?
Alejandro gives a brief description of Thaddeus's involvement.
Gotcha. It's hard to
So the
believe.
gods have a better idea of what's going on.
But does this mean that there might still be hope that the city stands? Somewhere?
We hope.
Did it just
If
get
it's
moved to a mountain, a peak, or a lake? Don't even
Doesn't
understand.
Sound like it.
Either way, him and Lily exchange a knowing glance at each other. And she kind of nods first, and he says, yeah, of course. And they turn back to you and says, well, at least until we know better about what's happened with our city, we have no place else to serve. If you'd like, I think we'd all be happy to continue following you, Rhea. And kind of turn to Rhea, who almost kind of catches it off guard, like she'd almost forgotten herself as a commanding post until all of this. But you would actually hear a couple of more voices shout up from the others that Tarina had gathered. And you hear, I think I could stand behind that. What else do we got to lose? A couple of shouting voices. And within a moment, you have about 8 of the other Hell Riders that were, maybe not all the top command guys, but they've gathered around and said, you know, that they'll stand behind, with Rhea kind of standing in the center, a little, what do you call that, like shell-shocked and dumbstruck, you know what I mean? But, all right. Enough of this flattery. If you wish to follow us, we could use the help. Let's get our fucking city back. Who knows how to sail? And you see a couple of them, you know, just immediately flank out and start hitting the ship and, you know, trying to pull ropes and do what they can to start readying the ship in case it is necessary for the journey. As we had kind of discussed, Candlekeep is further along the south coast, so you could actually use the ship to get quite a bit of the way there if you decided to. But Rhea more or less just throws out, okay, like, enough attention on me. Let's just do our job and get it done. She would turn to you guys and say, I think he should be put in the cells down below. I assure you, as much as I want to, I will not kill him. Today.
Thank you. Today.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get you down there.
But yeah, what do you guys want to do?
And Benro would take him down into the cell, like the cell area in the bottom. He wouldn't. Looking at him, he probably would, you know, make sure he doesn't have any sort of lockpicks on him real quick. Close the cell.
Yeah, you've already removed all the gear.
Just make sure. Yeah, double checking. Then you know, set the manacles free and locked him in there. I'm not like, yeah, he did some shit, but I'm not gonna leave him just, you know, manacled into the floor or anything like that. Just he'll be in the cell.
Right on. Yeah. You get it's funny as it is. This pirate ship actually had a decent outfit for prisoners. It has a functioning toilet, essentially, that just runs out of the boat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Fancy.
it's got a you know, a small square cell, iron bars on the front, and they're on what to the left side there is essentially a wooden plank hanging off the wall for a bed, with a, you know, tiny wool blanket and a second one rolled up like a pillow. And then on the opposite side, there's a small little section that just has a plank that looks like a chair with a hole cut in it. But you can actually hear the lapping of waves outside of that exit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, he looks at you with almost an air of surprise that you'd even, you know, give them this much, you know, leniency after what he's done. He really seems to be beating himself up in one way, but, you know, kind of at the same time, just this, I know I don't deserve it, but thank you.
Did they feed you well?
I haven't eaten yet, but I was taken care of at the Benthampers.
Was it? Benro would reach in, pull out a few strips of jerky and like a couple different like little dried ration sort of things, and hand them over. It's what I got on me right now. If you're gonna be keeping prisoner, I'm not gonna treat you like shit.
It's good to see that some of the values instilled in the Hell Riders still exist, even if not under proper command anymore. And he kind of just takes the beef jerky and sits it down next to him, like he doesn't even want to eat it at the moment, but you know,
Yeah.
he just kind of lays back, stares up at the ceiling, and he's kind of zones out into his own thoughts.
Make my way back up to everybody else.
Cool. Rhea would probably, you know, ask.
Steering the ship.
As far as that goes, you see that Tarina has began kind of scavenging through what remained of the stuff left by the previous tenants of the ship, the pirates that you had killed to gain access to the ship, and she finds something that she was looking for in an old trunk, and as she pulls it out, she shakes it, dust kind of flies everywhere, but eventually fastens it on top of her head, and she's got an admiral hat with the big feather, and it is very stylized. You believe this may have been hers at one point, when she rode with this crew. And she says, well, if it still fits, I would be happy to get us where we need to go.
You know what? I like the plan. I'm gonna find a bed and sleep. I'm tired. I'm in pain. Y'all can do whatever fuck you want.
Right.
I still need that rest, people.
Before, what was it?
Don't
like,
you
yeah.
start with me. I'm out.
Yeah, was it? Go. Yeah, was it? You can steer the ship. Anyone else was like, I want to see something. I was like, going to point to the rest of you guys.
Okay.
If you guys would like to come sit around the table downstairs.
Sure.
All right, but if this is leading into a game of cards, I should warn you, I'm terrible at that. And he falls down.
Oh, and his General pulls out a deck of cards, and pulls out a deck of cards. It's all I did while I was in service. All right.
That's concerning. One would think you would have fought, but
You do,
okay.
you
that
do
happened every now and
your,
again.
just out of curiosity, are you essentially deciding at this point to go ahead and start the journey, or are you waiting till the next day, or?
I say we should probably just start. We could. Go ahead.
Tarina's
get
at
going.
the ready whenever you want her to begin, but
Yeah.
if you want, she will start barking commands and send them, or start teaching the Hell Riders how to be pirates. You know what I
As long
mean?
as we have enough. As long as we have enough, supplies.
Based off what you see, where Tarina and Rhea had been kind of using this as their secret hideout. Now that you go back downstairs to where the table is, you find that they have moved in a couple of small casks of wine, a couple of bottles of wine, and then a handful of light food. But there are several places to stop along the coast if necessary. There's more wine than there is food, but easily enough for the day or two trip that it's going to take. It's not that far down the coast. So yeah, as you guys head downstairs, you see Tarina kind of walk over past Rhea, and she says, it does feel a little good to wear the old hat again. And then you hear the slap sound as she smacks her on the ass and walks herself upstairs. Rhea, again, turning just beet red and pretending as if it didn't happen, would follow down to see what it is that you have to say. But you would then hear Tarina, screaming orders from the top. All right, time to make sailors out of you. Kind of deal.
Yep.
Whatever you guys would like to do.
As I'm walking down the stairs, I would continue that conversation with the shield in my head. As we're just making our way down there, I start to think, why? How about this? I will give you a little bit more trust if you do one thing for me.
Okay.
And that's always things real quick just to see what the shield says, if it says anything.
Let me go ahead and ask you to repeat it. What was the verbiage?
He says, if you I'll give you a little bit more trust, maybe just slightly, if you do something for me.
All right. You would hear the voice kind of reply back. What is it that I should do for you?
Talk to these other people around here so they don't think I'm fucking crazy.
You would actually even hear a chuckle, as far as that goes.
I will drop you in the ocean. Like we're going out to sea right now, please. It's going to make everything so much easier on your behalf at this point.
That's funny. Sorry. There we go. All right. So let's see here. As you gather down around that table, you got a round table with a couple of chairs set around. You assume where the pirates that stayed here, probably played cards often, and placed the shield down in the middle of the table.
Yep.
I do think that all of you, for the first time, would hear a voice in your head. It is a very deep, kind of guttural voice that comes through, and it would open with, maybe he's not quite as crazy as you had all imagined.
Would I hear this while I'm in the room next to him and on fucking one of those sleeping thingies?
Yes, you would. Yeah, even the next room. One thing you would all notice is that you're not hearing it aloud. That's great. You're definitely not hearing it aloud. You're just hearing it in your heads. So it does travel even between rooms and things like that. And it would introduce itself.
My chair.
I am only known as the Hidden Lord, an angelic being of celestial power. This is my infernal prison. Which one of you deems to set me free? Together we could adventure this coast and rid the world of its evils. I can tell you where the evil lies if that's what it takes.
Damn it, that's Lord of my past.
Set me free and I will give you whatever powers you desire.
So, are you yourself powerful? Maxwell pipes up.
Only as what my prison allows me to contain. This infernal ward around me has trapped me for a millennia. Or a century, sorry. Held within this prison wall. I'm limited in my capabilities. But if I was set free, I could show you true power.
All right, I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 10.
32.
32.
Yeah, whatever the number is, he immediately gives it to you. Even if it's a letter. If it's Q again. Is it also Q again?
It's also Q again. So after he repeats back, Maxwell nods, his eyes wide, and says, "Whoa." This actually confirms it. He turns the others and says, "The paladin's insanity is contagious."
Can I sleep now?
That's good
Like
stuff.
somebody would be extremely cranky in the other room at this point.
This
I
is
mean,
what
that
you get for
assumes
not
you're
believing me.
true.
Fuck you.
But you
Is
would hear
this
you would
all
hear the
you wanted to talk about, or was there
I-
something else you wanted to go over?
A few other things that we should probably discuss about what we plan to do next. I know she's asleep, so we can either wait till tomorrow for that, or we can do it now. I mean, she'll be resting through it, but
There is one
I'll be
other
back
thing
up in
that you
4
guys
hours.
all catch while you're having this discussion that I had forgotten about. You do begin to hear yelling off the dock of the ship. Wait! Wait!
Oh.
And you would
yep.
hear the sound of someone outside yelling. I see Nemo laughing. It's probably not who you think it is, but God, I want to know who you're thinking.
They want, or should I?
I just used the cave that I got and just fucking plug my ears and be like, go on.
If you take a look out of one of the
Oh, good.
portholes on the ship, you see Philaster Fisk that we'd kind of forgotten about.
Oh,
The
yeah.
individual
This fella.
that you had set free that said that he could actually put you in contact with the person at Candle Keep.
Yep.
So he would call out and say, "Hold, if I could have a moment."
Yeah. How far away from shore?
You haven't been left at all yet. You were just getting ready to
Oh.
set sail.
Okay, I didn't know because
Yeah,
if we were just a
He's
little bit
running
offshore,
down
I
the
was gonna-
dock, catching it before it leaves.
Yep. Was it? I was like, okay. Oh, let him on. Let him on.
Gotcha. He would, come aboard slightly exhausted, trying to run to catch up with the ship. Still looking a little rough. You know, he's had his wounds bandaged by this point, but not entirely. Apologize. They had decided to question me quite thoroughly before releasing me. I assume that you're heading south to Candlekeep. If you wait
Yes.
till the morning, I would like to journey with you. I just need to gather my supplies. I have a home outside of the city walls. Little Calamshan, which you guys would know is in the outer city, just above the mountain range there on the map. He would say, I simply need to gather my belongings, but I believe there'll be something that you'll need to take with you in case you don't have it. Typically, admittance to Candlekeep requires a book. In order for entry, they typically ask that you would give a book that they don't already possess. I do have a collection of, it's actually a simple keepsake, but family recipes from Calamshan and an Omnian cookbook of
Wouldn't
sorts as
that
passed
not
down.
be the case since, like, I fucking come from Candlekeep?
Well,
I'm a
of
citizen
course,
from
you would already have been given your passage, but I'm sure, as you would know, they may, expect something from the others you bring with you.
Fair.
I planned
Well, I
on
mean-
heading back anyway. I simply thought we could travel together, and I could help introduce you to the lady whose name I forget.
Silvera,
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
Silvira. Thank you.
Silvera something.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I
Um,
can't quite reach my book.
Yep, Silvira Savicus is her name. The kind of archmage, as it were, in Candlekeep that he recommended would had interest in the prism or puzzle cube, as it were. But yeah, he simply just, more or less offers that he would travel with you if you choose. It's up to you. But he says, I do have a book if that helps, to help gain admittance, in case none of you also had anything of the like.
Well, we might have a few things, but I would prefer to have you along. What do you guys think?
I think it is a good idea.
Cool.
Besides, we can provision the ship in the time while we wait.
I will run
No
home
idea the
immediately and
books up
gather my
here.
supplies.
All right.
If you need me, I'll be next to the Oasis Theater in Little Calamshan. I'll gather my gear, whatever provisions I can grab, and I'll be here by the morning, before the light. And yeah, he sets back off. But yeah, that does give you, I guess, the night as far as that goes, in case there's any last minute thoughts on what you would like to do before leaving the city. Because, like I said earlier, kind of throwing it out there, this might be the last time you see Baldur's Gate for a while, knowing that you're traveling south as far as that goes.
We'll secure a couple of casks of water and a couple
Okay.
of days' worth of rations.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, for like 5 gold, you could get some barrels of water easy enough. Dried stored goods, breads, cheeses, things that'll, last on the shelves for a couple of days. As far as all that, even some cured meat and whatnot. As far as the Hell Riders go, over the course of the night, you actually find 2 or 3 more Hell Riders have joined up and kind of found themselves also upon the ship. What few Hell Riders remained are all kind of offering their services at this point. So by, later in the evening and the time that the sunlight goes down, the markets are still open. But as the sun begins to set over the coast, the ship is actually lively, with about a dozen individuals, all together between Rhea, Tarina, yourselves, probably a dozen beyond yourself, former Hell Riders that are now part of whatever this may be. But yeah, if there was anything else that you guys needed, but yeah, just I forgot Philaster wanted to go with you, so he offers his services.
Okay.
Is there anything else that we need in town before we go, or are we good to go on that one?
I think we got
I
everything
think-
we might need.
Yeah.
They say
Okay.
they use books as like admittance.
Yeah, so one thing that Suriel could tell you is that typically to be admitted into Candlekeep, to be able to peruse their library, the kind of door fee is to provide a book that they do not already possess, which is a bit of a task unless you've written it yourself. You know what I mean? A book of reasonable interest that they do not already possess. And, you know, at least the Omnian cookbook may not be that amazing, but, you know, it should at least suffice. Unless any of you guys also have any additional books that you've picked up. We mentioned this earlier.
I have a
You know
book,
what I
but I'm
mean?
not giving it up.
Yeah, that's up to you
My
if
book.
you think that's you know, a reasonable payment.
No.
But yeah, you would also know, Serial, that one book would be enough to admit all of you. It was really just a question of whether or not you wanted to take Philaster Fisk with you or not. But yeah, you guys can gather up all the supplies, and then, you know, by morning continue to head back out as previously discussed. Then, if nothing else was needed to be done, I'm gonna try to change the page, and hopefully it doesn't break anything, but it almost always does on this one. So if it does, just reload. I apologize.
Totally out of
Shoot.
it. Like I still have servers that are down. I still can't see new messages come in, even though I know people are messaging me because I can see them on my phone.
Go if it froze for anyone, just reload. All right. But anyhow, I went ahead and got the map here above me. Baldur's Gate is just above Candlekeep. Candlekeep is kind of set alongside the shoreline as far as all that. And you can make your way just right down the coast, avoiding the having to travel the coastway, which is a guarded road, but is still known for bandits and thieves and all kinds of other things that try to, you know, take advantage of merchants that travel the area. So it's probably a safer travel to head down the coastway instead. So yeah, you head down the coast and begin your travels. Is there anything that you guys do while on the ship? Anything else that you kind of dabble with, or just want to get there and make your way through?
I think.
How long
I-
is
Oh, go ahead.
how long is the journey estimated?
I think it would take 2 full days. So if you leave in the morning, you know what I mean, you'll kind of arrive in the morning 2 days later.
Okay.
As far as that goes. And Tarina, of course, has helmed the captain's position of the ship. She does strike quite the figure, seeing her behind the captain's wheel with that big tri-point hat. You know what I mean? It's well worn and fitted to her head, kind of her style. Her customary long duster cloak that she kind of wears. You can see the pirate that she used to be, but at the same time, she's added her own fashionable flair to it. You know what I mean? She finds, you know, opportunities where she can to spend time with Rhea as they travel, etc. But you know, the journey itself seems to go pretty well unimpeded, without any like, you know, you see a couple of times, I would say, as you're traveling around that coast, looking over towards the Cloakwood. Particularly, you actually see at one point when several trees break and fall over and kind of crash to the ground as an ogre makes its way out of the forest, comes down to the water and begins drinking water out of it. But you're far enough off the shore that when he takes notice of you and starts hurling rocks, they fall about 50 foot short just out of
waves.
the reach, you know what I mean? As he kind of yells. You see him kind of start trudging into the water a little bit, gets up to about chest height, and then realizes, shit, I can't swim. And then eventually gets frustrated and turns around.
Just
You might even
waves the
see a
entire
couple
time he's
of
doing it.
right. Hey, as you could travel along, the cliff sides, you would see a harpy or two flying up above ahead. What looks like a winged person, legs dangling below as they kind of, bat-like wings that fly along the coast. But for the most part, you remain unimpeded. All the way till you make it towards Candle Keep. Choosing this route definitely saved you a bunch of trouble that you could have had along the way. But as you finally do arrive, let me see if I have this. I think I uploaded an image. Let me go ahead and toss it in here real quick. Just upload this since I don't have one on hand. There you go. This is Candle Keep. I don't know if you
Honey,
guys
I'm
can zoom
home.
in enough to see that.
Yeah, I see that.
But it is a castle sat directly alongside the coast itself. So as you approach, you see this kind of towering city that's built right along the cliffside. Again, not only do you see a couple of the harpies that are circling around the cliffs as well. Occasionally, you'll see this giant winged lion come down, swoop, and just snatch one out of the air, rip part of it in half, and fly away with a portion of it to devour somewhere along the cliffside. There's, griffins that are actually circling the city. And this would be all too familiar to you, Sariel, knowing
Home
this
sweet
as
home.
one of the greatest libraries in the Sword Coast.
As was it, we're walking up
It's so
to it.
good to be home.
Yeah, as you actually find yourselves docking, there's still another
Yeah.
mile to 2 miles
Oh, yeah.
travel by foot that you have to kind of undertake. Just from where, it's set up on the cliff, you've got to go to where you can get on land and then make your way up by either horse or wagon or cart or whatever you wanted to do. So there's a
Yo.
dock kind of just a mile down the hill, below where you can get off the ship. As you pull up and dock, you see that there is a dragonborn individual. He is silver in color, which would, kind of stand out, usually being of the more evil variety, but immediately hails you. Hail! Who goes there?
Hiya.
Tarina? You hear him kind of with a surprised voice as she pulls up. I thought you'd given up your pirating days. Oh yeah, you're right. Silver is good. I was thinking of the other way around. But either way, as he pulls up, you see that him and Tarina begin to have a conversation. He slides him a couple of bucks and he says, "Go, feel free to park in the good spot." And kind of points to, a good docking place for you. But yeah, it's small. It seems like a small fishing village that you kind of get offloaded into. A handful of people that are milling around nets and small fishing vessels. You know what I mean? That's, like I said, just kind of on the outskirts. You always have your city walls,
Yeah.
and then, your surfs just outside. This is what that is like
Yeah.
that surf city. They
Yeah.
probably provide most of the seafood for the Candlekeep itself.
Yeah.
But Tarina, I almost got the wrong character. As she comes back over, she says, "Well, I think the boys and I will stay here with the ship, but I have acquired you a couple of horses to make your way up to Candlekeep if you'd like."
Sounds good.
I'm good. And she just walks away and whistles
Was it-
till a
Yeah.
a very very tiny fucking white ass mule comes running around the corner.
Yeah, yeah. There's definitely a couple of a smaller pony that she has gotten for several of the smaller folk. You know what I mean?
No,
As
that
far
would
as
be
that
my
goes.
own mount that I left behind because I'm terrified of horses.
Oh, nice. Yeah, fair enough. That works for me. I'm good with that.
He owns a tiny white mule because she's terrified of bigger horses.
I like it. Cool, cool.
I think, yeah, was it Van Real? What he would do would be like, you know what? I want to try something. Sort of steps off the boat, kneels for a second, and I'm going to cast Find Steed.
Oh shit.
I'm just
You're
very
going full
happily.
Gandalf, are we?
He is, right?
Yeah.
Let's
I'm
see.
happy getting my butt on my mule.
So, find steed. You summon a spirit that assumes the form of an unusually intelligent, strong, and loyal steed, creating a long-lasting bond with it. Interesting. So, as you actually see that there is a farm boy, a stable hand, that is bringing several of the horses out of a corralled area, you would see that one you hear the whinny of a horse and it kind of bursts through the crowd of the rest of them, and you see the stable boy almost look confused, like, I don't even recognize that horse. Is this one of ours? He looks a little confused as you tell us what the horse looks like. It might have a little flair to it,
Yeah,
so
it
you go
says-
ahead.
Yeah, because it says the steed is statistics chosen form, though it is a celestial, fey, or fiend of your choice. So I say for Van Rill, it'd have to be celestial. It'd probably have like the similar glowing yellow eyes and sort of the same sort of like it's going to be like sort of a grayish white color that sort of match the same hair. It's it's almost like a horse version of him at this point.
That's what I was thinking too. Yeah.
Yeah.
It has a gray, almost speckled, design as it comes down through with little dabs of black that still shine through. You know what I mean? But the mane is, long and flowing as it comes charging in. Like this is your, typical like artistic stallion portrait. This is the Marlboro man's horse. It's very well, groomed and taken
glowing
care
yellow
of.
eyes.
And it has a slight yellow sheen to its eyes as it more or less as the stable boy is bringing up the rest. This one trots right up to you and puts its head against yours and kind of shoves a little bit, only to turn around, resettle itself, and take almost a bow as it brings its front end down a little bit to make it easier for you to mount.
Thank you. And sort of hops up onto the side of it. I have to figure out what I'm gonna name you just yet, and just sort of just pats on the side of it.
I don't even know what to. Surely it's a new horse. Good luck with it. You see him just like hand the reins to the rest of you, like, I don't know if that's going to get me in trouble. I'm getting out. You know what I mean? He's like, I don't know where this horse came from or if I'm even allowed to sell it, but like, here you go, have a nice day, and he's gone.
Just looks at as he starts to walk away, looks on the horse, and just sort of like, wait, is there? You can communicate with each other telepathically. So I think to the horse, just bow, like
Yeah.
like sort of like like put his head down, like to show like it's trained.
Yeah, and I think you would get more of an emotional response back, like
Yeah.
even though you could probably communicate, you just get this kind of overwhelming feeling of a connection, almost like it is a friend that you haven't seen in a long time, or someone that you're
Yeah.
very familiar with, but it's just a feeling of happiness to serve, and
I mean,
to be reconnected.
Yeah, it's brought up to a 6 intelligence, so it's a little bit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. It's
It's a warhorse
definitely
with 6, yeah.
Yeah, definitely more than
And
you would expect
it gains
from
the
a
ability
basic
to
animal.
understand one language of your choice that you speak.
Probably celestial in this case.
I mean, I probably want to have it common so it understands
yeah.
other people.
Yeah, I guess if it doesn't already have common, that makes sense. But yeah,
It is only one
absolutely.
language, so I'll probably have it do common so it understands other people at the very
Yep.
least.
but yeah, the rest of you guys are all given horses, saddles, everything that you need to mount up. Like I said, it is, probably about an hour's ride as you kind of head, that direction. You just got to make your way up the mountain pass to get to Candlekeep. as far as that goes. Several of the small fishmongers try to sell you their wares and goods. You know, fish, clams, oysters. It's whatever you kind of want as far as the fishing villagers. You know, seeing well-to-do, heroic individuals making their way through. Some of them clear a path. Others try to, you know, step in your way to more or less try to, you know, offer, you know, goods or services, whatever. To make this long... Oh, no, go ahead.
I was just like, yeah, there's looks there's, you know, if it's gonna be the biggest library, you would really think they wouldn't put it on a cliffside next to a bunch of water. That doesn't seem like the safest place for a bunch of books and paper.
It's
If there's,
actually
you know,
very safe. Thank you very much.
I'm just, you know, if a tsunami or big water crashes.
No, it's safe. It's safe.
Oh,
No, you
okay.
don't go there.
Probably better than
Okay,
Volcano.
Yeah. Better than Volcano, at least.
But
I
since
went
we
to
have
this
like...
one tavern that had, like face masks that were like waterproof. Did they do that with the books?
Maybe they.
You guys wouldn't know. Sariel, you would definitely know that the halls and walls, the entire keep is more or less magically kept. There is not only, you know, a lot of enchantments that have been placed by the many archwizards that have passed through these halls, but the actual city itself is encased in a solid, like, force field that in like domes over the entire city. For those of you looking at the image, you see that beacon, the light at the very top of it. Every so often, as you catch just the right way the light shines, it actually does make like a giant bubble over the entire city, so to speak. Which you would guess at very least is like a glyph of warding, but on a massive scale. Multiple, you know, archwizards would have had to put their energy together to kind of do this. So it does have its protections as far as that goes. But as you make your way up the winding road that makes its way there, you're at the final leg of the trip. As you are passing,
Don't go so fast. I can't keep up.
you find yourselves heading, you know, up this roadway, a dirt road that leads to the actual keep. And this is more or less once you've made your way up to the flat spot that we're seeing on this image. Let me go ahead and go to full screen so everybody can see it a little bit better. There we go. You got this nice like flat area. You go to pass. You see, let's see. Coming up the road towards you is a human farmer riding on the front of a hay-filled wagon pulled by two draft horses, as the farmer kind of acknowledges you and gives you a bit of a head nod and a friendly wave as the wagon begins drawing near. But just as he finally comes almost at a point where you're passing each other along this road, you do hear a whistle, and then all of a sudden all that hay that's in the back of the wagon springs out as if being thrown off, and three individuals in plate armor jump from the back of the wagon and begin encircling you and your horses. Steel drawn. Go ahead.
It just looks over. We just had to beat the shit out of a duke. Do we really need to do this? It just sort of looks over to at them.
Yeah, as these guys all surround you and the cart kind of continues along its path or whatever, you're kind of focused on these three individuals that stand in front of you, trying to block your path. One of them very specifically says, "I don't think you'll be beating anything today. You best just come off that shield before anyone gets hurt."
Come off the what?
That shield.
Just want the shield?
Oh wait, how? As I sort of look at them, how far away are they?
Nobody's touching
These
my mule.
guys are 10 feet in front of you. I mean,
Okay.
they jumped out of the back of the wagon.
Step
Yeah,
away
and
from
then-
the paladin a little bit.
Yeah.
Wait, what'd
You
you
said
say?
you wanted to move over by the paladins, so it said?
No, I step away from the paladin a little bit.
Oh, step away from the paladin. Gotcha.
Yeah. 1 second. I need to recharge my shield here because it should have all recharges. Let's see, which one is it? What I wanted to do with this.
Hey.
Go ahead.
I am,
what are you doing?
yeah, fuck this, man. Don't make
I-
me fucking turn my mule loose on you.
I just sort of looked down at them that had the celestial flare and like sort of look at the helms like, and what do you and why should I do that?
I do not think they like the shield.
Because we asked politely.
You-
Otherwise, you'd hate
Oh,
to
okay,
see.
then.
You really don't want us to ask impolitely.
All right. Vandal just
Where is
gets
that?
off. He gets off the gets off the horse, looks at him. What's your fellas' names though first?
They kind of look at each other. It's none of your business.
Well, this would I'd like to know your guys' names before anything else happens.
Give me a persuasion check.
Let's see. Natural 20.
Nice.
Wow.
That's when he
you-
rolls the 20.
You would definitely see them all kind of look at each other, kind of chuckle to themselves, almost like this guy's an idiot. We're gonna kill him, and he's only worried about our names. You would hear one guy, if it suits you well to know who did the deed. That's Bryn, that's Willem, and I'm Darls.
Oh, well, it's good to know the people's names that I've killed, and I just cast Wall of Fire right across all of them.
Awesome. At that moment, you cast this wall of fire, which erupts right in front of them. You hear yells and screams of these three individuals as they are going up in flames. And as we close our game for this evening, you hear one final voice from behind you, the farmer that has gotten off of the wagon, as you hear the voice of him say, "You didn't ask me my name. It's Desmond. Pleasure to meet you." And as you turn around to see this old patch-eyed farmer with wispy hair begin to transform and misshape himself, you see an individual. Let me see if I can find it. That assumes this image, standing
Oh.
directly behind you.
Hey,
The name's
another te-
Desmond, and it'll be
Hey,
my
another tooth to
pleasure to
collect.
meet you. There you go.
hey, another tooth to collect.
Nice. And that's where we'll finish our session for tonight because it is 12 o'clock. But yeah, it seems like somebody else has taken interest in that shield of yours and tried to stop you. Initially, this was supposed to happen somewhere else, but I had to move it. But either way, it's all good. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and close down there. I think it's a good place to hold it. You guys can start off by kicking these guys' ass, hopefully, next time. And then we will hopefully be able to get into Candle Keep and see if you guys can unwrap this puzzle cube. Cool.
Hell yeah.
Switch back to our main screen here. Let's see. Let's go through all the spiel that we got to do here at the end. I'm just going to make it really brief because I've already done so much of it. Thank you again for everybody that subscribed tonight. Thank you for anyone that donated or bought things through the Ko-Fi shop. Like I said, that really, it helps keep the lights on around here. We couldn't do any of this stuff without you. So thank you, Sir Gibrit. Gothica, of course. Let's see. I know there was a couple other names. Subpar RP, Abby, Buttfan Man recently subscribed. Godly X. I think that's like .exe actually, but yeah, thank you all for everything. I really appreciate it. But let's see. Next week we'll pick up with our game right where we left off. If you guys got any suggestions or things that you would like to see on the Ko-Fi shop, send me a suggestion. In our Discord channel, we do have a suggestions tab, I believe still in, yeah, it is in the subscriber only area. So if you have other ideas for things that you would like to see, get added to the to that shop, I've had an idea for like advantage on ranged attacks for an hour, advantage on melee attacks for an hour, just little things that we could add in there. Maybe have a variety of different things we can change out from week to week. Let me know what you got in mind, but other than that, just thank you for everyone that's already gotten involved and helped raise those goals. Keep an eye on the sub-only area. I'll try to get you information on how to get details from everyone about what to add to the game. It's going to be a big flood all at first because I'm adding them all at once, catching up, with the ones that I haven't got yet, but after that, it'll start to become the norm. But let's go ahead and do our character outros, I guess. Alejandro, man, glad to have you back again. You got any final thoughts?
It's good to be back.
I bet.
It's good to be back. Just getting myself back into the swing of things and getting myself ready to play each Friday as best as I possibly can. Good seeing you guys all.
Good, man. Yeah, we're glad to have you back. That's for sure, man. These guys needed their mouthpiece. They're the person that could talk for them. You know what I mean? Having a bard in the crew is always handy.
Yeah,
That's
I've
for
been
sure.
I've been trying to keep up with it.
Yeah, I was going to say, Vanderbilt's been doing his best, but I don't think he's got quite the same persuasion skills.
Not the same.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, glad to have you back, man. All right. Maxwell, final thoughts, final statements, anything like that?
I'm looking forward to seeing what exactly these guys' game plan was, because they clearly knew the shield was off, and yet they all stood right next to each other in perfectly flammable clothing. So I really feel like somebody didn't think this plan through.
That's it's entirely possible. Also possible that the giant winged individual behind you knew that they would be a good distraction and cannon fodder for his surprise attack. So we'll see how it goes. You know what I mean? They're disposable, right? People are disposable. That's the way it works. But yeah, I definitely didn't think that one through either. I forgot about the wall of fire, to be honest. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. It's actually a really good thing.
It was a good line. It was a good line.
Right. I'm gonna throw it out there that it is going to still probably be a pretty serious fight.
Oh, yeah.
Cambions are not easy to play with.
Yeah.
He's right.
And
Good thing I have smite.
The three plated individuals were veterans, so even with Wall of Fire, they're probably still gonna survive it. They get enough HP sometimes, man. It would have been a tough fight, like a challenge. It was 3 challenge 3s and a challenge 5, so it's gonna be a lot. Anyhow, all that aside, Sariel, let's go ahead and do you real quick, since I gotta get some shout outs ready for these other two guys.
Well, I think I behaved pretty decently this session. I didn't do anything I shouldn't have done. Yet.
Yeah.
Yet. Mainly the yet. I'm looking forward to going back home to Candlekeep and for a change be the smartest person in the room, I guess.
Yeah, this will be a chance for Sariel to really have her story arc where her character can really shine here, because this is home for you. You know what I mean? You know a lot of individuals here. You know your way around Candlekeep. It's going to be a lot of work for the DM because I've never done any Candlekeep adventures, so I have a lot of learning to do. But we will make it happen somehow. That's for sure. But yeah, cool. All right, well, our last two here, Numo, if you want to go ahead and tell everybody who you are and what you do. I already got a shout out there for you for your channel, and I'm working on getting one for Jackal as soon as it lets me. There we go.
Well, I'm glad we can end our game right after the first firewall and right before the second.
Right before the second.
Oh, jeez, I can hear it already.
But yeah, other than that, had a good game. I do have a stream, usually Thursday, Saturdays, so it's going to be really weird as far as what days during the holidays. So feel free to follow me and get notified when I'm online.
Yeah, definitely. Uh,
That's about it.
I was about to say the holiday thing's going to complicate, I think, everybody's schedule a little bit, but yeah, I'll say, you know, what you end up missing, I'm sure we'll make up for double time when we get back to our Baldur's Gate game or whatever. You know what I mean? I think we're finally ready to head to Act 3. We've been having a lot of fun with that. Yeah, I know, right? We're only 120
Yeah,
hours in. But yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure to check out Numerous. He's here like 2-3 nights a week. He's always been super helpful to our channel, like seriously integral part of the team here. You know, like all these guys are. Without these guys, I wouldn't know what to do. I wouldn't be able to run these games. So if you haven't already, check out his channel, give a follow. It's always greatly appreciated. Jackal, same for you.
Howdy.
Good sir. If you want to tell everybody who you are and what you do as well.
Well, as he said, I am the Jackal. I like to play. I like to stream over here on Twitch, and recently I've been playing a bit of a World of Darkness 5M server. And I also like to play horror games. I've been trying to get myself to stream a little bit more. I've been popping a few times pop it alive a few times every now and again, but I'm trying to get more into the swing of things and find a good schedule. So hopefully soon enough that'll all be set up and ready to go. But yeah.
Right on, man. Yeah, definitely, for sure. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, if you guys haven't already, give these guys follows and stick around, you know, before you head out. We are going to raid out to another channel real quick just to go ahead and show somebody else some love. Let's see. I'm trying to think who we got. Do we have any suggestions from the chat? I see it's kind of a slow night. Not a ton of people out here. Let's see. Fantasy Forged. I think we got them last week. I don't want to do another French channel like I made the mistake of last time, so let me double check here.
That's double check.
I literally just, the one I was looking at, just rated out somebody else, so I'm glad I didn't do that one.
Well.
Let's find somebody to rate here real quick. Is there anybody from the World of Darkness server up, by the way? We could do that.
I checked. There's no one up there right at the moment.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, well, you can assume on that because currently Discord is acting up.
Yeah, Discord's acting crazy, right?
Because like I know there's messages in the staff chat and I can't see any of it unless I actually pull my phone up.
Exactly.
Well,
I can't see if anyone's.
I don't think anybody is live currently.
I do see that we got one called Archmage Freya, Visions of Vizar. Yeah, it looks like another smaller channel trying to get started. Let's give them some love.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, if you guys don't mind, stick around. We'll raid out to those guys. I always love showing, throwing it out there to other individuals and stuff like that as well. Give me 1 second. Make sure I got this right. Archmage Freya. All right. We get it? Cool.
Yep,
All right, guys. Well, thank you guys very much. I appreciate everybody. Thank you for all the support. Even if you're watching this later on YouTube or after the stream, even if it's a Tuesday at 2 p.m. in the morning or 2 a.m., you can always check out the Ko-Fi shop, add those things. We'll get them in the next game that we have. So feel free to keep doing that. I really appreciate your support. I can't keep doing this without it, so it, really means everything that you guys keep our game going and the channel going. If you want to hang out with me in Discord, I'm going to head over there. Give me about 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and I'll be in the subscriber-only section of our Discord if you want to come hang out and ask me questions post-game or anything like that. But until the next one, guys, we'll see you then. Happy gaming. Peace.